A pleasant good evening, everyone, from Central Islip, Long Island. The Lancaster Barnstormers continue their road journeys here this evening with the first of what will be 4 games this weekend against the Long Island Ducks. And unlike the last time we came here, we're fairly sure we're going to get them all in. The Barnstormers were here back in early May, and that weekend was just miserable weather-wise. We got rained out Friday. We got rained out Saturday. Neither night could they even contemplate starting a ball game. And then for the finale on Sunday, we did get a doubleheader in, but in really bad conditions. The field was all right, but it was very, very windy that day. Temperatures were chilly. The Barnstormers ended up losing both ends of that doubleheader and then turned around and swept the Ducks at Clipper Magazine Stadium over the next 3 days. So we've got a 4-game series here this weekend, a single game tonight, doubleheader tomorrow, and then a single game on Sunday afternoon to wrap it up. The Barnstormers will travel to Lexington on Monday to take on the Legends for 3, and then it's back home and basically home to stay for a month and a half for the Lancaster Barnstormers. They will either play at home or in York, except for the last weekend of July when they will go to Staten Island for a 3-game set. Starting pitchers tonight, Cameron Gann for the Barnstormers. He is 4-4. He's third in the league in strikeouts, likely to climb that ladder here this evening. He has struck out 67 batters in 60 innings as exclusively a starter for the Barnstormers this year. And he'll match up against the classic example of how sometimes good things come in small packages. Anderson De Leon will be making the start for the Long Island Ducks this evening, returning to the Ducks for 2022. He has been absolutely magnificent, and he's the smallest pitcher in the Atlantic League at the present time. He's only 5'7" and 150 pounds. De Leon is 3-1 with a 2.96 earned run average. That's our pitching matchup for this evening. The starting lineups, first for the Barnstormers, it will be Sean Dunston Jr. leading off in center. Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman, will bat number 2. Kelly Dugan makes the start in right field. He's batting third. The cleanup hitter is the first baseman, Andretti Cordero. Ladarius Clark is batting fifth. He is in left. The DH batting in the number 6 slot is Colton Shaver. Anderson Felice is playing shortstop and batting 7th. The catcher hitting 8th is Anthony Peroni, and it will be Trace Lair at third base batting in the number 9 slot. It leaves the Barnstormers for the second straight night only with Trayvon Robinson available off the bench. For the Ducks, L.J. Mazzilli is leading off. He is in left field. The shortstop batting number 2 is Vladimir Frias. Alejandro De Aza will be the designated hitter batting third. The cleanup batter is the first baseman, Sam Travis. Davidson Romero is batting fifth. He is at third base. The center fielder hitting sixth is Rusney Castillo. Joe DiCarlo will bat seventh. He is the second baseman. Dustin Woodcock is the right fielder batting eighth. Austin Rye will be doing the catching and batting ninth with Anderson De Leon on the hill. It is a spectacular night for baseball. We are supposed to have great weather the entire weekend up here on Long Island, and of course this is beach time of year on Long Island. We ran into traffic heading out to the island earlier today, and come Sunday night when the Barnstormers are on the way back home, I have to believe with relative certainty we're going to hit a lot of traffic coming off the island and headed back toward the New York City area for the Sunday night trip back home. The Barnstormers opted not to go straight through to Kentucky, but take a break, spend overnight in Lancaster, and then head out again during the day on Monday. Barnstormers and the Long Island Ducks opening up a 3-game series here, or 4-game series, 3-night series here at Bethpage, what used to be Bethpage Ballpark, Fairfield Properties Ballpark on Long Island. 325 down the lines, 400 to straightaway center field. And this ballpark a couple of miles south of the Long Island Expressway heading toward the south shore of Long Island. Anderson De Leon taking the hill. His orange-clad Long Island Ducks out to join him on the field. Our umpires tonight, J.B. Torres has the plate. The first base umpire is Silvio Martinez, and Freddie DeJesus will be making the calls over on the third base side. We have a large choral group down in the field getting ready to sing the national anthem, and we'll send you down that way in just a moment for tonight's introductions. So the Field of Dreams team now heads on out to join their favorite Long Island Ducks, and we'll send you down for the introduction of tonight's opening ceremonies. Our national anthem this evening at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. The Lancaster Barnstormers taking on the Long Island Ducks in the opener of this four-game series. 5'7" Brooklyn, New York native Anderson De Leon on the hill for Long Island here this evening. De Leon was drafted by Cincinnati in the 24th round back in 2017. He did not spend a long time in the Cincinnati system. He was just there for part of a season. In fact, made only one appearance. Came to the Ducks in 2019, and then back here 6-6 in a mixture of roles last year. And again, he's gone from the bullpen to the starting rotation, and De Leon is 3-1 this year with a 2.96 ERA. He's covered 51 2/3 innings, 37 hits allowed, only 18 walks. He has struck out 43. The Barnstormers faced him once in relief and did not get a base runner in 2 1/3 innings. His 2.96 ERA currently ranks him third in the Atlantic League. Backing up De Leon defensively, Debinson Romero is at third base this evening. The shortstop is Vladimir Frias. Joe DiCarlo is at second. The first baseman is Sam Travis out in left. L.J. Mazzilli. The center fielder tonight is Rusney Castillo. Dustin Woodcock with the start in right field. And the catcher is Austin Rye, the man that was traded to the Ducks for Michael Wolanski, who has been such a critical piece of the Southern Maryland puzzle over the last few weeks. Leading off tonight for the Barnstormers is the center fielder Sean Dunston Jr. He has been a great pickup for the Barnstormers. He has reached base in all 12 games that he has played so far, 26 times on base total. And last night he had grounded out in the top of the first inning. We got underway in York, And the story has it was Buzz Albert realized after watching a couple of plays out there in the top half of the first inning that that field was not in playing condition. There was some thought that it was the Barnstormers who actually started the discussion last night. Turns out it was not. It was Albert himself who steered the wheel toward the rain out last night. The field was just too wet for the game to be played. Here is Sean Dunston leading off and taking a strike on the inner part of the plate, says our plate umpire J.B. Torres, and it is 0-1. We're underway tonight here on Long Island. De Leon back into the motion. Dunston takes an offering high and wide for a 1-1 count. Melvin Mercedes and Kelly Dugan will follow. The third baseman Romero playing up on the grass. Dunston watches a breaking ball come in low and inside. It is 2-1. The first baseman Travis back behind the bag. Dunston, a guy who can spray the ball around the field pretty well. Here's the motion and the 2-1. Sean with a topper toward first base. That is a fair ball, and it will be underhanded from Travis to De Leon covering. The out goes 3-1. Not hit well by Dunston. When you hit a ball like that, you hope that will jump foul. That one did not. It was clearly fair inside the first base bag. We have one gone. Here's Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman. Melvin batting .240. He had walked in the first inning last night before play was halted. Barnstormers had one hit. Andretti Cordero came up with that with 2 outs. Lancaster was not on the scoreboard. De Leon ready to go. His first pitch to Melvin slightly wide, and it's ball 1 and no strikes. Brooklyn on the mound. Bronx represented at the plate as Mercedes awaits the 1-0. Melvin will swing and drive a ball out towards center field. Scooting back and still going back is Rusney Castillo. That ball is over his head and bouncing toward the warning track. Mercedes sprinting toward third. He's going to make it as Rusney Castillo misjudged that off the bat, turned the wrong way, and the ball gets by him. Mercedes gets to third base with 1 out here in the first inning. It will be a triple all the way from Melvin, his third of the year, and Kelly Dugan will try to pick up the run from third. Dugan steps in, batting .353 with 18 home runs and 53 driven in. And he's been the Barnstormers' top player in a lot of categories, and one of those is getting the runner home from third with fewer than 2 outs. He's done it 16 of 19 times. The infield will play back here in the first inning. De Leon flexes. Dugan backs out for a moment. Holds up his hand, gets the timeout from Torres, and now back in. They play Kelly to pull, especially in the outfield. The De Leon pitch over at the knees for a called strike. It's 0-1. Andretti Cordero, the first baseman tonight, waiting on deck. Dugan gets the start in right field here this evening. Mercedes up the line from third. No balls, 1 strike. Here is the motion. And to Dugan, a swing and a miss at a breaking ball. And De Leon has him set up now at no balls and 2 strikes as Kelly is simply trying to get the first run of the game home. He hit a home run the other night in York back on Tuesday to the opposite field. He went to the downtown playground in York for number 18 on the year. 0-2 to him. De Leon comes back, and a breaking ball swung on and missed. Dugan is gone on strikes. That's something you don't often see in an RBI situation. And now it is up to Andretti Cordero, the first baseman, to pick up Mercedes from third. Cordero batting .299 with 8 homers and 43 driven in. Dugan did not see a fastball there, and he may not. Around the league, they are picking up exactly what he has been doing, and he had looked like a couple of breaking balls out of the zone after one in the zone to start the at-bat. Now to Cordero off the wrist, little pop fly out to right. That'll fall for a base hit. And the Barnstormers get a run home on the little looper off the bat of Cordero as he drives in his 44th run of the season. So it's Andretti giving the Barnstormers the early lead. Hit that one off the wrist, but got enough of it. So Vladimir Frias, the second baseman, was unable to sprint back. And Frias, the shortstop, Joe DiCarlo, is the second baseman tonight. And here is Ladarius Clark, the left fielder. He's batting .300 even with 10 homers. He's driven in 31. Cordero out to a lead. De Leon comes to the set, and a Clark, a swing and a miss, and a fastball up and in. No balls and one strike, the count on Ladarius Clark. He made a couple of nice running catches in York Tuesday night. Guilty of an error as the ball skipped past him on Wednesday. 0-1. That is taken for a strike. It is 0-2. But I'd rather give up an extra base than an extra base runner. No balls, 2 strikes. The count to Clark. De Leon touched for a run in the first inning, but he's had a bit of misfortune as well. Castillo underestimating what Melvin Mercedes can do with a bat in his hand. He was too shallow. And then Cordero with the bloop into right. Fastball up and in, almost hits Clark. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Colton Shaver, the designated hitter for the Barnstormers tonight, waits on deck. Lancaster with a run on the board here in the first. Some early support, though minimal, for Cameron Gann. Cordero out to a lead, held by Travis. Clark awaits the 1-2. Here it is. Breaking ball is low and jumped on by Rye. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Those of you who know me well enough know where my mind is going right now, but it may take me a little bit to quite put my thoughts together. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cordero leads off first. De Leon to the belt, and a Clark breaking ball misses low and away, and it's a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. I'll just bring up the name J.D. Salinger, and you should get my drift. 3-2 with 2 outs. Runner will be taking off. Cordero will be on the move. Travis drops back. De Leon comes to the set, and a Clark, ball 4 outside and low. And we'll give Colton Shaver a big opportunity with 2 outs here in the first inning. Shaver is batting .273 with 8 homers, 34 runs batted in. He had one of the 5 Lancaster home runs back on Tuesday. And then the Barnstormers were dry, really, in the power department on Wednesday. They got a late double from Dunston down the left field line, and that was it. After belting 5 out the night before. Wind tonight is blowing fairly briskly out toward left. Well, that's the direction the ball should carry here this evening. To Colton Shaver outside a ball. De Leon, who was ahead of Clark, now struggles with his control after walking Ladarius and dropping behind Shaver at a 1-0. Anderson Felice, the shortstop, into the on-deck circle for the Barnstormers. They have 1 run on the board, first and second with 2 outs. De Leon parks at the belt, now to the plate, and Shaver drives a foul off to the right, well out of play in what has turned out to be a somewhat prolonged top half of the first inning. A chance for the Barnstormers to score big, a chance for Anderson De Leon to get out of this with only 1 on the board. One and one, the count to Shaver. Cordero off second, Clark off first. To Colton, the second strike over at the knees, make it 1-2. Andretti Cordero coming up with the 2-out RBI hit, albeit not the most prodigious base hit you'll ever see. It was effective. 1-2. Awaiting Shaver. The outfield plays him to pull. The infield does to a minor extent. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch swung on and hit high to left field. This one is traveling way back. It goes, and the walls will not contain it. Colton Shaver with a 3-run blast, his 9th of the year, and the Barnstormers are out to a 4-0 start here in the first inning. Mercedes a triple, Cordero a blue pit. Clark fights for the walk and gets it, and Colton Shaver leaves nothing to the imagination. And it didn't even look like it was completely in balance, but boy, did he catch that one squarely. And the left fielder, L.J. Mazzilli, didn't even give it a courtesy jog to the fence. Shaver with the home run. Anderson Felice steps in with 2 outs, and the base is empty. Felice hitting .265 with a home run and 22 knocked in. Big start for the Barnstormers here tonight. And there are a couple of good things going on here, ultimately. One is they've scored the 4 runs with 2 outs. That's been an issue for the Barnstormers, is coming up with the 2-out hits. And secondly, they're doing it without a contribution from Dugan. And ultimately, he's going to need a supporting cast. Foul ball back, no balls, 2 strikes here on Felice. Anderson in his 3rd game since sitting out about 3 weeks. And De Leon is low. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Barnstormers up by 4 in the top half of the first inning. A mighty blast to left from Colton Shaver. That is his 9th of the year. Dugan in double figures. Cordero getting close as well. Clark is there. The delivery is inside. And Felice, who the last we knew is batting exclusively left-handed because of the injury, awaits the 2-2. And it is upstairs, ball 3, a full count. Anthony Peroni, tonight's catcher, waits on deck. Shaver getting it done as the designated hitter. That is his first home run in the DH role. Here's the payoff. Little bouncer left side. Could be a tough play. Coming up with it, the third baseman, and Romero will be able to cut down Felice for the final out. The Barnstormers pick up 4 runs in the first inning. They do it on 3 hits without an error, and nobody is left on base. We're through 1/2 an inning here on Long Island. The Barnstormers off to a flying start tonight. It is Lancaster 4, and Long Island is coming up.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Well, the Barnstormers give Cameron Gann 4 runs with which to work. He'll take this ball game into the bottom of the first inning. Gann has been better than his ERA looks, and better even than the 1-loss record looks. He's 4-4 with a 4.95 ERA. He's got very solid numbers otherwise. 50 hits in 60 innings of work. He's walked only 19. He has 67 strikeouts. He's just had a couple of spurts where he's given up a lot of runs, even while striking out a lot. Case in point, the last time out, he pitched what was generally a solid ball game. He went 6 innings. He walked only 1. He struck out 12, but in amongst that, Wild Health got to him for 8 hits and 6 runs. That was a week ago Friday. He, by and large, missed a turn in the rotation. Back out there tonight and facing L.J. Mazzilli, the left fielder. 222 hitter with 2 home runs, 14 driven home. Gann kicks his first pitch of the night, sails high. It is a ball 1-0. Ladarius Clark in left with Sean Dunston Jr. in center. Kelly Dugan, the right fielder for the Barnstormers tonight. Lair Felice Mercedes Cordero from third around to first. Fastball is up, and it is 2-0. Anthony Peroni is doing the catching with the right-hander Gann on the hill. He's missed badly upstairs with his first two deliveries. And the 2-0 pitch finds the zone, and it is 2-1. Vladimir Frias on deck, and then Alejandro De Aza next to, both Barnstormers for a while. And a 2-1 offering. Again, Gann missing up, and it's 3 balls and a strike. So there are certain things the Barnstormers just need to start accomplishing on a regular basis. One, scoring the first run of the game. Okay, that box has been checked here tonight. They have 4 on the board. Then throwing scoreless innings after scoring. Line drive and a base hit to right. Dugan will cut it off. Mazzilli rounds first, and he will stay put. So a leadoff single against Gann here tonight. Man on with nobody out. Vladimir Frias, the shortstop. Switch hitter will step in. He's batting .237 for the year with a couple of home runs, 18 runs batted in. Part of the reason the Ducks could not hang in the race with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs is Mazzilli and Frias have not quite been their usual selves, both known to hit 300 or close to it in the past. The next two guys, De Aza and Travis, have been what's been anticipated. De Aza, a known quantity in the Atlantic League, and Travis, a guy with big league time. Swinging a foul ball back by Vladimir Frias, member of the Barnstormers in 17 and 18. The last 2 winning seasons he had a part of and played a pretty significant role in. L.J. Mazzilli aboard at first. He's 6 for 6 stealing. So Gann and Peroni will have to keep an eye on him. Cordero holding the runner who stays in place. Swinging a foul ball off to the left, out of play. Frias will bat at 0-2. Vladimir has done very little against the Barnstormers this year. He's 2 for 19 in the season series, but those hits have counted, and counted in a big way when the Ducks swept the doubleheader against the Barnstormers here back in early May. Sunday afternoon, May the 8th to be precise. Infield looking to turn to. Gann glances over his shoulder at Mazzilli. Right-hander comes set. He'll toss to first base. Just a lob throw, but Mazzilli didn't recognize it as just being a light toss over there, and he was diving back in. Mazzilli expending a great deal more energy right there than Gann did. 2 strikes. The count to Frias with De Aza waiting on deck. 4-0 Barnstormers, bottom of the first inning. But the Ducks try to get something started. 0-2 to Frias, just upstairs for a ball. 1-2 the count. Such spectacular weather here on Long Island today. Temperatures just in the middle 70s. It's going to get warmer but not hot the next 2 days. 1-2, the count to Frias. Gann is high again. And that has been fairly consistent in the early going of this game, and also a little. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see at any point if Mazzilli is on the move here. Gann down to the set to Frias. It's punched away off to the left. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cam lost here in the second game of that May the 8th doubleheader. He dropped a 2-1 decision. He gave up 6 hits, 2 runs in 5 2/3 innings. Frias reached on an infield base hit and would score the deciding run on a double to left by Debinson Romero. That was a well-played game. Here's a 2-2. Frias goes for another and fouls it to the left. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. So already a very long first inning tonight here on the island. Barnstormers picking up 4 runs on what I have unofficially is 24 pitches. Gann has thrown 11 without getting an out. Frias continues to bat at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Infielders are back. Felice and Mercedes, the double play combination for the moment with Jake Hoover out. The Barnstormers pretty much forced to move Felice into the infield. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gann will fire, swing and a miss. Frias out on strikes. Gann procures his first out tonight. And here is DeAza. The Ducks DH this evening, hitting .341. That's exactly what you would expect. He's behind Kelly Dugan in the batting race and leads the league in on-base percentage. He's done a lot since joining Long Island. I expressed my thoughts about that a couple of nights ago. There's no need to repeat them. 1 out, 1 on. Chance for the Barnstormers to turn a double play and give Gann a quick exit to the inning. Mazzilli bluffs, breaking ball inside and low, 1-0. Sam Travis, the first baseman, in the on-deck circle, and he's having a heck of a year for the Ducks and really on a hot streak at the moment. 1 ball, no strikes, the count on DeAza. Long Island, it appears, will finish second in the first half, but they were eliminated last night from contention for the first half title. Ground ball, second base. Mercedes goes to Felice. That's one. Back to first in a double play. They get DeAza 4-6-3. Gann struggled early, but recovers quickly. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We're through a full inning tonight here on Long Island. The Barnstormers with the lead. Lancaster 4 and Long Island nothing.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today
for 4-0 Lancaster as we head to the second inning. Anthony Peroni, Trace Lair, and Sean Dunston Jr., the scheduled hitters for the Barnstormers, against the right-hander Anderson De Leon. The big blow back in the first, the 2-out, 3-run homer by Colton Shaver. And those are the kinds of hits that the Barnstormers have not had in closer ball games. They will do it quite a bit when they're already in the lead or far behind. But that was a big shot early to establish control of this game. Now here is Peroni, the catcher. Anthony batting 159 with a homer, 7 runs batted in. Things on the upswing as of late. He'll take a strike. It is 0-1. A lot of room on the right side of the infield for Anthony. He goes that way, bouncing ball. The second baseman, DiCarlo, dives, rolls over, can't get anything on the throw, and Peroni is safe on an infield single. It was a great stop by DiCarlo, who's listed as a catcher, but has some infield play in the background over the last couple of years. He made a good stop and simply couldn't get himself into position to get anything on the throw. So it rolled in the general direction of the first baseman, Travis. Peroni is aboard with the infield hit. And here is third baseman, Trace Lair, who's hit .350 in his last 10 games, up to .219 overall. The pitch to Trace, ground ball toward the hole at short. Dug out by Felice. Heck of a play there. Out at second, and the throw back to first by DiCarlo. Doubles up Lair. Well done by Felice and DiCarlo to turn the double play on what could have been a second straight base hit. Lair trying to go the other way. Felice extended a very nice stop in the hole, and just to get one out there was well done, but he was able to turn the double play. Now Dunston steps in, and he's almost obligated to take a strike right now. The first pitch to Sean is outside, a ball, 1-0. Dunston grounded out a chopper to the first baseman, Travis. 3-1 on the conversion back in the first inning. Here's the wind and a 1-0. Off speed and across to level the count at 1-1. So he's free to swing now. Barnstormers leading 4-0 here in the second inning with 2 outs, nobody on. And Dunston will see ball 2 come in low. So that's even better. They had to stretch this inning out to benefit Gann. 2 balls, 1 strike. The offering, ground ball left side, and Dunston finds the hole. He has a base hit. So the streak continues. He's now hit safely in 7 in a row, and he's reached base safely in 13 straight. Melvin Mercedes will come to the plate. Mercedes with the triple over the head of Rusney Castillo out in center field. That got the 4-run inning underway. You can't underestimate Melvin. He's swinging for a bit more power this year than he has in the past. That was his 15th extra base hit. He has 4 home runs this year, including one thundered out of People's Bank Park in York the other night, hitting the yellow tents. Throw goes to first. Dunston scrambles back, but they certainly know that Sean Dunston has a history of being a base stealer, and he has 6 already as a Barnstormer in his first 12 ball games. Travis holding him on. Mercedes digging in, has yet to see a pitch here. De Leon comes to the set, peers over his shoulder. Dunston's not moving, and Mercedes hits a pop fly out to left. Coming in and to his left is Mazzilli. That will end the inning. The Barnstormers pick up 2 more base hits, but the double play in the middle cuts the inning off. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of the second inning here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark with the score, the Lancaster Barnstormers 4 and the York Revolution 0.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Cameron Gann gave up a base hit to start off the first inning. Faced a long at bat, faced down a long at bat. By Vladimir Frias. Got him to strike out eventually. And then got the double play ball out of Alejandro De Aza. Well, the Barnstormers with the early lead here tonight. 4-0 is our score. And Sam Travis, the first baseman, digs in to start off this second inning. Travis in from the right side. .331 is the current average. He has 7 homers. He is driven in 48. But nearly half of those runs batted in have come since he was out with an injury. 17 games, he's driven in 22 since coming back. Swinging a foul ball up top. No balls and a strike from Gann, a 6-foot right-hander from Crandall, Texas. Product of the Arizona Diamondbacks organization, reached AAA last year. He and West Tunnel, teammates. 0-1. Gann delivers outside. It is 1 ball, 1 strike to Travis. Debinson Romero, who's for years now been a very solid hitter here in the Atlantic League, is on deck. And then Rusney Castillo will follow here in the bottom of the second. A ball and a strike. Travis will take outside, and it's ball 2, 2-1. Lancaster with 5 hits already tonight, but the Barnstormers need to continue to apply the pressure. Remember, the opener of the doubleheader here back on May 8th, they led 5-0 going into the bottom of the 5th inning, and the Ducks were able to quickly wheel that game around. And now it is outside again, 3-1 on Travis, who was 4 for 16 in that 5-game series home and home back in early May. He drove in 3 runs. 3 balls, a strike here. Gann getting the signals from Anthony Peroni into his motion. The 3-1 from straight over the top gets the plate. A called second strike. Now it is 3-2. Lou Ford coaching over at third. He's not in the lineup tonight for Long Island, but he is active. The possibility, of course, we could see him pinch hit later on. Now the payoff. Ground ball toward the middle. Mercedes dives, can't get to it. And the hot streak for Travis continues. He has the leadoff single here in the second inning. Debinson Romero, the third baseman, will come in. Romero at 277 on the year. He's hit 7 out, and he's driven in 26. Well, the Barnstormers will set up for the double play again. Leadoff single for the second straight inning. This one hit by Travis right over second base. Mercedes wasn't playing him to pull all that much, so he really did not have that one within his range. Second hit for Long Island. Gann facing Romero. He was 4 for 13 against the Barnstormers the first go-around. The pitch here breaks to the outside corner. Good one with which to start Romero. No balls and a strike. Travis, not somebody you're going to see steal very often. In fact, he is 0 for 2 on the season. 1 strike here. The Barnstormers outfielders leaving a huge gap in right center between Dunston and Dugan. That is in the dirt, gets away from Peroni, and Travis will gallop ahead to second. So the Barnstormers, with a mistake there, they lose the double play opportunity. I think it was in the dirt. And it was. Wild pitch. Charged to Gann. I never want to assume that. I always have to double check. 1 ball, 1 strike to Debinson Romero. Dugan is playing toward right center. There's all kinds of room down the line. Ground ball up the middle, and again, it gets through Mercedes. Here comes Travis. The throw all the way through to the plate. Now a toss back to second base too late to get Romero. It's 4-1. The Ducks embark on a comeback trail. Back-to-back hits up the middle off of Gann here in the second inning around the wild pitch. And now with that throw home that didn't have much of a chance to get Travis, it enables the runner to get the second. Rusney Castillo, the center fielder, will come to the plate. Castillo hitting .301 with 3 homers, 21 runs batted in. So 3 of the 5 men that have stepped in have base hits off of Gann. The last 2 pretty much right over second base. They're just a hair to the left of second base. If it had been right over the bag, Mercedes would have had a chance to keep that one in the infield. 4-1, bottom half of the second inning. Gann will go to work on Castillo with the runner at second. Still nobody out in the inning. Swinging a pop-up behind home plate. Sprinting back toward the screen is Peroni, but he has no chance. And Castillo bats at 0-1. Gann with the 1 strikeout tonight. With 3 of the 4 men who have put the ball in play have base hits. And that has been a fairly common theme. The Barnstormers pitchers have averaged better than 11 strikeouts per game in the last 11 games, but Lancaster has lost the bulk of those games on base hits. Into the dirt, this time stopped by Peroni. 1 ball, 1 strike on Castillo. The Barnstormers have been swinging the bats well tonight, but now the Ducks have been able to scramble right back in this game with the 1 run here in the second. Gann looking to cut it off at this point. He'll peer in to, once again, get the sign from Peroni. To the set. Here's a 1-1. This ball is hit to short on the ground. Felice will bounce it to Cordero, and Cordero can't handle the in-between hop. And the inning continues. Another mistake there, I believe, for the Barnstormers. We'll see how that one is ruled. But the runners are at the corners. Joe DiCarlo, the second baseman, will come to the plate. Felice is a very good shortstop, but he hasn't been used to playing the position. He'll be charged with the error on the throw. So runners are at first and third with nobody out here in the second inning. DiCarlo will come to the plate. DiCarlo, .292 batting average with 1 home run. He has driven in 22. That's the third straight ground ball Gann has gotten. Now he breaks it low. 1-0 the count on DiCarlo. But the Barnstormers haven't been able to complete an out on any of the 3. 2 got through the infield. And that one, the throw was low. And Cordero is at times awkward on those in-between bounces, and he was there. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike to the second baseman, DiCarlo. Dustin Woodcock, the right fielder, a left-handed batter, waits on deck. Lancaster still leading by 3, but Long Island is cut into that lead. Here in the second inning, it was 4 to start, and they've got men at first and third, still nobody out. 1-1 pitch, beautiful breaking ball from Gann. DiCarlo let it go, and it is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. The LED lights are on. The shadows have crept out right to the pitcher's mound at the moment. And eventually we'll see those shadows creep up the wall in right as the sun field here. Breaking ball, low and outside. 2-2. The count on DiCarlo. Gann, 14 pitches into this inning, still doesn't have an out. Two balls, 2 strikes. It's worth pointing out that by Dunston throwing home, Romero was able to get to second. If Romero is still at first, there's the runner from first base being caught in a rundown, and they will try to get the out, and they let him escape. At the same time, Romero never broke for the plate, so everybody is right where they were at the start of that play. Mercedes dropping a throw with Castillo caught in a rundown. You see, just the opposite with Southern Maryland. They make the plays when they're given the opportunity. This ball club, it's got to be kind of in the mindset right now. Just a slight amount of panic, and things go wrong. DiCarlo bats 2-2. Gann ready to go, and that's off the wrists and foul. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Part of it was the presence of the runner at third base, so they always had to take their eyes to some degree off of what was going on with the rundown to make sure that Romero wasn't going to try to score. Castillo escapes when Mercedes mishandles the 1 low throw. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Boy, J.B. Torres not terribly emphatic about that from back here. We'll have to keep an eye the rest of the game. That is the first out and a huge one for Gann. It's his second strikeout. Dustin Woodcock will step in, the right fielder at 279 with 4 homers and 18 runs driven in. Long Island at one point was behind the Barnstormers in the standings, but the Ducks have played well recently. In fact, they had a 6-game winning streak that was broken in Game 2 last night. Throw behind the runner at first base by Peroni, and Castillo just gets back. Woodcock, the left-handed batter, used as the screen. It is ball 1-0. The Ducks are now 29 and 25. They've won 8 of their last 10. And they're 15 and 6 in the last 21. Woodcock pulls a fly ball toward right field, pretty shallow. Dugan will come on. He will make the catch. And the runner from third does not tag. Romero stays right where he was. And it's 2 outs now with runners at first and third. And then Dugan throws in behind the runner at first base and doubles off Castillo. Now, they weren't expecting that. Dugan didn't have the strongest throw in, but it got there. It is a run on 2 hits, 1 error, and just the 1 runner left on base. So the Barnstormers had trouble getting outs early. They made a mistake, and Long Island returns the favor with maybe a couple of different mistakes on the bases. So it's just a 1-run inning, and we'll go to the third with the Barnstormers leading by the score of 4-1.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Kelly Dugan leads off the Lancaster third inning, and the center fielder Castillo races toward right center. To Kelly, it is over but low. Ball 1, no strikes. He struck out, and it did so with relative ease for Anderson De Leon back in the 4-run first. Dugan ahead in the count here, 1-0. They certainly play him to pull, and the De Leon pitch, swing and a miss. De Leon's pitches are just disappearing on Kelly, and he is not seeing fastballs. It is 1 ball, 1 strike. Dugan to be followed by Cordero and Clark here in the third. 4-1 Barnstormers. And the pitch, Kelly tries to go the other way. A chip shot goes foul and into the seats along the third base line. Well, Anderson De Leon once again has Kelly Dugan set up here. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. De Leon surrendering 5 hits in the first 2 innings. He's getting the signal. Here comes the 1-2. That is off speed, and that is hit well. Right center field. Back on this one. All the way to the track goes Castillo to haul it in. Oh, Dugan, a better result this time. He starts to zero in on Anderson De Leon, but he got underneath that one just a shade too much and becomes the first out here in the third inning. Andretti Cordero will come to the plate. Cordero with a bloop single to drive in the first run of this ball game back in the first inning. De Leon to Cordero. First pitch, a called strike. It is 0-1. And we'll see if the Barnstormers can continue to apply offensive pressure here. Ground ball pulled foul up the third base side. Quickly 0-2 to Andretti. You don't want to let the Ducks stay in a game here. That has been a general rule over time. Barnstormers with the big first inning. But it's more important that Gann comes out and throws some shutdown innings. Keeps Long Island from getting into the Barnstormers bullpen, which still is not as strong as you'd like it to be because of the injuries, especially to Schumann and Graham. Off speed and low, ball 1, 2 strikes. Schumann stayed back, but he is expected to be activated by Tuesday. Graham with the ball club, and there's no set timetable with him. 1-2, Cordero pops it up. The first baseman, Travis, advances toward the mound. He'll make the catch. So for Andretti Cordero, very different results from the first inning, but in many ways a similar swing. Hitting the pop-up on the right side. Now here is Clark. Ladarius with a walk back in the first. Colton Shaver with the big bomb. He continues to pound out the extra base hits. But the doubles now have turned into home runs for Colton. Ball 1 is outside to Clark, 1-0. That is chased for a 1-1 count. Shaver is homer now 3 times in 4 games. And he hasn't doubled in that span. Ball 2 well wide. 2-1 here to Clark, who's 5 out of 15 against Long Island pitching this year. He had some big hits here last season. 2-1, specifically a base-clearing double as a pinch hitter in the late innings to win a game. Ladarius Clark batting at 3 balls and 1 strike against Anderson De Leon. A right-hander into the motion. The pitch clips the outside corner. We go to a full count at 3-2. Lancaster 4, Long Island 1, playing the top half of the third inning. The payoff pitch is outside, ball 4. Clark walks for the second time in a row, and that's an area where Ladarius, I think, has seen an upgrade over last season. It's his 20th walk this year. Clark, to start the night, was tied for the league lead in runs scored. He has crossed 46 times now. He's scored in 32 different games. So Ladarius, in some way, shape, or form, is almost always a factor in the Barnstormers' offense. Here is Colton Shaver, and Shaver swings at the first pitch and it golfs this one out to right center field. Castillo will call for it and latch on. Yeah, it ends the third for the Barnstormers. No runs, no hits, no errors. They had the 1 walk and left the man on base. We're through 2.5. The Barnstormers leading by the score of 4-1.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
During the third inning here on Long Island. They always recognize a current or former member of our armed forces, and that just done here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. It's a nice touch. They do something similar at Southern Maryland to honor those who have served, and always our gratitude to go out to those folks. Austin Rye, the catcher, will lead off the bottom of the third inning once Cameron Gann finishes his warm-up throws. That throw goes through from Peroni, and we are ready to get things underway in this home half of the third. Gann's allowed 3 hits and 1 run. He has struck out 2 over the first couple of innings tonight. His strikeout total is at present 69. Well, the rankings to start the night had Gann in third with 67. Jorge Martinez from York at 69, and the crafty lefty Mitch Lamson with that vicious changeup for Southern Maryland with 74. First pitch, a called strike in on Rye, the former Blue Crab. Now, Austin Rye was hitting over 300 there, not doing as well here. He's down to 227 for the season, but he is an excellent defensive catcher. Couple homers, 20 knocked in. Gann misses outside to him. It is 1-1 on Rye, spelled R-E-I. In this case, the catcher is the Rye. 1-1. I just couldn't resist. I'm sorry, people. Ball 2 is inside, 2-1. But that's the old volleyball hovering above the net for me. You know, the king of corny dad jokes. Well, there's another one for you. 2-1. Gann fires low. He has not retired the leadoff batter in an inning yet in this game. 3 balls and a strike, and Cameron Gann does not seem terribly pleased right now with J.B. Torres, and you will see Gann at times get rather demonstrative. When he lost to the Ducks here back in May, he was furious when he left the field about a pitch earlier in the inning. Fouled away. It's 3-2 on Rye. Full count to come. It was during the at-bat on Debinson Romero who eventually doubled in the go-ahead run with 2 outs in the 6th inning, and the final batter that Gann faced that afternoon. Here's the payoff pitch. Rye will launch a foul out of play to the right again, and we will stay at 3-2. Gann has had, in the 2 previous innings, a lot of trouble getting the first out. And once he gets the first one, the other 2 have come repeatedly, in fact, on double plays. But the first out has taken 12, 15 pitches. Here's a payoff on Rye. Line drive, that's fair, past Cordero down the right field side. Dugan will hunt it down, but he's not going to be able to keep Rye from advancing to second with a stand-up double. Cordero playing well off the first baseline. And with that, Rye able to slap it past him. Cameron Gann again facing a runner at second with nobody out. L.J. Mazzilli will be the hitter. Mazzilli singled into right field starting off the game and eventually got wiped out on a double play ground ball. Now, the Barnstormers up 4-1. The hits are now 5-4. And a runner stands at second with nobody out. The Barnstormers are not, they haven't kept the pressure on offensively, and Long Island is just whittling away at Gann here. The pitch is taken low for a ball on Mazzilli. It is 1-0. L.J. Mazzilli becoming a fixture here with the Long Island franchise. He's in his 3rd season. He's at 293 and 303 the past 2 campaigns. Fastball at the knees for strike. It is 1-1. Runner at second base, nobody out in the lower half of the 3rd inning. Mazzilli grew up in Connecticut, lives in Florida. 1-1 pitch from Gann, breaking ball, and that is low. It jumps away from Peroni, but not far. And Rye recognizes it and holds on at second. 2 balls, 1 strike to Mazzilli. Vladimir Frias, the shortstop, waits on deck. RBI single for Andretti Cordero, a 3-run homer for Colton Shaver in the top of the first inning, giving the Barnstormers the big lift early. Gann has the signal from Peroni. He'll go to work 2-1, breaking ball and a half-hearted swing, resulting in a foul tip. It's 2-2. Mazzilli got caught in a moment of indecisiveness on that swing. Didn't really matter if he touched it or not, but it's 2 balls and 2 strikes after the foul tip. Gann working out of the set 2-2 pitch. Mazzilli pops this up behind first base. Cordero fading back. He'll make the catch. The sun, I think, bothered him at the last second, but he held on. That's a big out for Gann. Mazzilli is retired. We have 1 down, and Vladimir Frias stepping in. Mercedes was there to back up on the play, but Cordero had taken command immediately. And it did seem like he flinched at the last second, but had the glove in the right spot. Frias stands in. He struck out after a long at-bat back in the first inning. He went down swinging on a fastball. Rye at second, but now with 1 out in the inning. Frias from the left side of the plate, awaiting the pitch. Gann gets it across for a strike. It is 0-1. Gann has had to throw a fair number of pitches so far in this game. The Barnstormers could use all their starters right now going 6, especially when you're looking at the doubleheader tomorrow night. Eric Manoah scheduled to start game 2 outside. That one tailed quite a bit. 1-1 on Frias. So you know Manoah's probably going 3 or 4. You need a lot of the bullpen to complete this series. You do have the off day Monday, so it can reset. One ball, 1 strike. Frias a little bit up on the bat. Takes a rip at the 1-1. Fouls it to the crowd over on the third base side. We go to 1-2 here. Lancaster still leading by 3. Gann just looking to pick up a couple of fairly quick outs with Frias and De Aza standing in. 1-2 on Vladimir Frias. From the Dominican Republic, went to college in Tennessee. Breaking ball inside and low and almost hit him. Now we get to a 2-2 count. Shadows continue to advance toward right field here from the third base side. Right side of the infield remains in the sunlight, and Kelly Dugan almost has floodlights on him in right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count to Frias. Gann and Peroni get together on a pitch selection. A look back to Rye at second. Here's a 2-2, and that's hit off the wrist foul. Similar at bat to what Frias had back in the first inning. When Frias left the Barnstormers back in 2017, he actually went on to have his first taste of AAA baseball. That coming in the Arizona organization. And I remember it was the one and only time I interviewed him that year. Was the day he departed. He is quite the character. He was a fun interview. 2-2. Frias pulls this to deep right field into the corner, and Dugan will have to chase down another one. Rye scores easily, and Frias will replace him at second with the RBI double. It is 4-2, and Alejandro De Aza stepping in. So the Ducks continue to whittle away at that big early Barnstormers lead. De Aza will step in. He grounded into a double play back in the first inning. Pair of doubles down the right field line here in the third inning. And Gann and Peroni may need to shift gears the second time through this Long Island batting order. You certainly can't pitch De Aza the same way you pitched him the first time through. De Aza loves to feast on pitchers who do that. To Alejandro, a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. He generally, his first inning at bat, will go up there and try to figure out what the pitcher is doing, how the pitcher is going to attack. I mean, if he gets a hit or a walk the first inning, great, but that's his education inning. No balls and a strike to De Aza. Frias leads off second, and Gann will leave the rubber and force Frias to head back. 4-2 Barnstormers. We're more than an hour into the game tonight. No such thing as a quick beginning. Travis, the first baseman, waits on deck to De Aza. He holds on the swing. We talked about that at length last year, how incredible he is at keeping the bat back when he decides not to go after a pitch. One ball, one strike. Gann sets, brings home a breaking ball, and that drops in nicely. A greeting card to De Aza, and it's a ball and two strikes now. Frias, the runner at second with one out. Gann peering in. He gets the sign again from Peroni. He's had some long innings in this game so far. 1-2 pitch. De Aza will pull his foul toward his own dugout. 1-2 the continuing count. The Ducks are Alejandro's third Atlantic League club. He was with New Britain, of course, back in 19, drafted by the Barnstormers out of the dispersal draft there. And then, to the surprise of the Barnstormers, he ended up signing here in 2022. Breaking ball upstairs, 2-2. I'll never forget getting that word. Two balls, two strikes to De Aza, who is rather an expert at working the count. One out in the inning. Gann glances back to Frias once more, and once more he breaks contact with the slab. De Aza hit .346 for the Bees in 19, .322 with the Barnstormers last year. And starting tonight, .341 this year. The man can hit, and he is, of course, up there in age. Here's a pitch, foul tipped, and it got down into the dirt before Peroni could manage it. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. De Aza turned 38 on the 11th of April. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count on De Aza here in the lower half of the third inning. 4-2 Barnstormers at the moment with the runner at second and one out. Gann is having fits getting through the Ducks. 25th pitch of the inning. He's only on the 4th batter. He's given up a double, gotten a pop-up, and then another double. To De Aza, 2-2 pitch, off the wrists and foul. Alejandro protecting the inside corner. It is still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Southern Maryland clinched last night, so congratulations to Stan Clyburn and his crew for that. Gastonia is on the verge, but Gastonia at Southern Maryland rained out due to field conditions at Regency Furniture Stadium. Fastball pulled foul on the ground. So De Aza has been able to fend off just about everything, and he'll stay in with the 2-2 count. They got an unbelievable amount of rain in the Washington, D.C. area, rain and wind on Wednesday. The town where I live, which is about 60 miles to the west of Regency Furniture Stadium as the crow flies, got demolished. Not by tornadoes, although there were tornadoes. There were tornadoes down around Fredericksburg, from what I understand. But my town was just straight line winds. But there are trees down everywhere. A lot of people still without power as of last night. I didn't check today. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and I have to believe that affected Waldorf as well. And that field simply does not drain all that well. 2-2, he got him on a pitch in the dirt, but Peroni can't locate the ball, and runners end up at first and third. De Aza strikes out, but the Barnstormers don't get the benefit of the out. Gann will be charged with a wild pitch. Runners are at first and third for Travis. Well, the Barnstormers making some mistakes here. Mark Johnson heads out to the mound, and he even gets the keyboard cat. Boy, it just doesn't let up. 4-2, the Barnstormers still in the lead here tonight, but that is dwindling as we go. Gann to face Travis, who singled up the middle back in the second inning. The Barnstormers will be charged with a timeout here as Johnson pays the mound visit. And indeed, that did go down as a wild pitch. Charged to Gann. It was in the dirt. Peroni unable to block it, and it looked like he thought that he did. And it took him a moment to wheel around. By then, there was no chance of a play. Gann badly in need of the third double play turned by the defense tonight. Each of the first 2 innings ending on one. Freyas is at third, De Aza at first with 1 man out. Gann comes to the set. His breaking ball well outside, ball 1 on Travis. Oh, the pitches have really piled up for Gann here tonight. And it simply might be the layoff. Might be the Ducks. We've seen them once. They came out with a pretty good plan. But he is into the 60s now in pitches tonight. Spins that breaking ball over. And he is even with Travis at a ball and a strike. He hasn't walked anybody, which when somebody has thrown as many pitches in 2 1/3 innings as Gann has and has no walks, it comes as a bit of a surprise. This will be his 64th pitch coming up. 1-1. Breaking ball popped up near the first base dugout. Cordero and Peroni charge over. Neither can get it. 1-2. Gann and the Barnstormers needing a couple of outs here. Travis has been awfully tough since coming back from the injury. We told you the numbers earlier. But 22 runs batted in 17 games, which means he's driving them in when he has the chance to. He's 28 out of 69 now in that span, which translates to 406. 1-2. Runners lead off the corners. Frias from third, De Aza from first. The pitch is low and ball 2. Debinson Romero, the third baseman, on deck. He, too, singled up the middle back in the second inning, almost identical to Travis's base hit. Just pulled maybe a foot to the left of second base, whereas Travis's was straight over the bag. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Big pitch here. Gann will come to the set And to Travis, it is ball 3 down low. It fills out the count. I imagine De Aza could be taking off here. Three balls, 2 strikes. On first baseman Sam Travis. Gann will deal over to first. Diving back in is De Aza. Made a base running mistake, did Long Island last inning, that cost them an additional chance there. With a runner doubled off. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Travis. Gann again will fire in the direction of De Aza, much to the chagrin of the home folks as they try to coax Gann into working to the hitter. 3 balls, 2 strikes continuing. This has been a terribly long bottom of the third. 1 run on the board, 1 out, runners at the corners. Here's a 3-2. Travis with a chopper foul past third. He'll stick around for at least another. And this is just wearing Cameron Gann down. It has to be. He is over 30 pitches for the half inning. Mark Johnson's already paid a visit. He can't get back out there. Sam Travis batting at 3-2. And he's been up there since Johnson's visit. Infield still hoping for a double play ball. 3-2. And to Travis, it's lined into center field, a base hit. This will make it 4-3 as Frias comes home. De Aza will stop at second. Boy, he is one hot hitter, Mr. Travis. It'll bring on Debinson Romero. Gann now has allowed 6 hits in tonight's ball game. Long Island is back within 1. Romero will step in. The third strike wild pitch really helped to strengthen this inning for Long Island. De Aza at second now. Travis at first. 1 out in the inning. Gann comes set. His first pitch fastball misses low. Ball 1 on Romero. Gann has been either low or high quite a bit in this game. He has missed 26 times. Not so much wide as off on the vertical portion. Breaking ball is high. And it is 2-0 to Romero. Rusney Castillo, the center fielder, waits on deck. Doubleheader baseball coming your way tomorrow. And then 1:35 on Sunday for a singleton. Breaking ball across. We get to 2-1 on Debinson Romero. Leading from second, De Aza. Leading from first is Travis. 2 runs home in the inning. There is a swing and a foul ball back. 2-2. Gann just needs an out here. This inning has to be simply exhausting. He's up around 40 pitches. Not sure exactly where he was to start this inning. But he's in the neighborhood of 40 in this third inning alone. And he has just 1 out. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Romero. Gann glances around. Here's the pitch. That is strike 3 called. Romero knew it. He goes down looking, and Gann chalks up strikeout number 4 tonight, his 71st of the season. So he has jumped into second on the league leaderboard. This is interesting. Eduardo Rivera, who had that false start last night, came back out and started tonight. The Barnstormers have moved Oscar De La Cruz, who never threw in the game but warmed up in the bullpen, back to tomorrow. He will pitch game 1 of our doubleheader. Breaking ball hit on the ground, foul pass first by Rusney Castillo. It is 0-1. Lancaster still leading, but now by just 1 run. Here in the bottom of the third, 4-3, 2 outs, 2 on. Staten Island leading York, by the way, 4-3 in the top of the 5th inning. Lexington and High Point are scoreless in the 6th. J.J. Hoover against Craig Stem. End of 4, Charleston and Wild Health scoreless. Stevens against Scott. As I said earlier, Gastonia and Southern Maryland rained out. Foul ball back over the screen and a second strike on Castillo. It is 0-2 now. High Point has suffered a lot of injuries and guys being picked up by major league organizations, and they have faded terribly. Gastonia's magic number, as far as I know, is 4. I haven't heard one way or the other, nor have I investigated the tiebreaker. Fly ball foul off to the right, and here we go again with the 2-strike foul balls against Gann here tonight. Long Island, for whatever reason, has been able to grind him down. He's gotten the strikeouts. He has 4 through 2 1/3, but all these hits following the long counts. 0-2. Diazov second. Travis leads from first. Gann will step away for a split second here. Lancaster with 4 runs, all with 2 outs in the first inning. They've had base runners since, but haven't been able to build anything, and the Ducks just keep attacking. 0-2, and that is lashed and off the first base bag, or it looked like off the first base bag, but a foul ball, says Silvio Martinez. So it apparently skipped just past the bag. The batter Castillo can't believe the call. So just foul, and the Barnstormers catch a break there because that's a run and maybe 2. Castillo instead still up there, no balls and 2 strikes. It must have hit just before the first base bag and somewhat bounced sideways. It gave the optical illusion that it actually ticked off the corner of the bag. But Martinez right down there saw it clearly. 0-2. Gann sets, brings it home, and this is grounded toward the middle, right over second base, and a base hit. Here comes De Aza, and the ball game is tied. Not a sharp ground ball up the middle, but placed perfectly by Rusney Castillo. And Long Island has drawn even at 4-4 with Joe DiCarlo stepping in. We've talked about it so often over the past week and a half or so about the batting average for opposing teams when they put the ball in play. And again tonight, that batting average is pretty intense. Ross Peoples comes out, and that will be it for Cameron Gann, and that could also be it for Colton Shaver, but that is awfully risky if something were to happen to Peroni. But again, the Barnstormers short on bodies. They're down to just 10, and Ross will have to figure out what to do with the designated hitter situation for the rest of the night. But he's got to get Gann out of there simply because this inning has been way too exhausting and doesn't want to risk having a very fine starting pitcher get hurt by overworking tonight. So this is a Brett Clark time of game, and that's exactly who's coming in. The right-hander from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, who has been golden. He's thrown 18 innings in the month of June, although it's been a while since he's been out there. It is 4-4 with 2 outs in the bottom half of the third. We will be back with Brett Clark on the mound in just a moment.
Jerry Lee Lewis was the original bad boy of rock and roll. Now, hear all his hits in Great Balls of Fire at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster for a limited run, June 3rd through June 25th. Jason Cohen played Lewis in nearly 80 cities across North America. Now, he brings the ivory-smashing superstar to life in this theatrical concert. With some songs of his friends like Elvis, Buddy Holly, and Johnny Cash, as well as some New Orleans jazz and traditional gospel, Great Balls of Fire will have you jumping out of your seat saying, "Good gracious, get me some tickets." Call 898-1900 for tickets or order online at DutchApple.com. That's 898-1900. Great Balls of Fire, June 3rd through June 25th at the Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster.
Cameron Gann departs after allowing 7 hits, 3 of them on ground singles up the middle, a couple of them this inning on doubles down the right field line. He gives way to Brett Clark, the Barnstormers' long reliever, and he certainly has been just that, and to this point he's been very good at that role. He's 1-0 with a 3.06 ERA, 17 2/3 innings. I mentioned 18 innings in June. That includes 2 2/3 that got washed out at Staten Island, but officially 17 2/3 innings, 16 hits, 6 earned runs. He has walked 6, and he has struck out 15. He inherits Travis at second, Castillo at first. 2 outs. Here is Joe DiCarlo, who struck out looking his first time up, and he gets a ball outside from Clark. It is 1-0. 4-4 ball game here in the lower half of the third inning. And the Barnstormers have been on the field for a discouragingly long time in this lower half of the third. 1-0 to DiCarlo, a strike taken, and it's now 1-1. He is the 8th batter of the inning. So when you look at it in another way, Gann was averaging about 6 pitches per batter in this inning, and he made a lot of good pitches. He made a lot of good pitches with 2 strikes, but he just couldn't get the Ducks out. 1-1. That slider fouled off to the right. Clark has DiCarlo at 1-2. Gann faced 15 batters in this game. They were 7 for 11 when they put the ball in play, and there was 1 error committed. So when they put the ball in play, 8 of the 11 men reached base. And if you're the pitcher, there's not a lot you can do about that. 1-2, or at least that's the theory from the metrics people. It's the defense independent ERA. DiCarlo continues to bat at 1-2, and the pattern of the 2-strike foul ball continues here. 1-2. Travis off second, Castillo off first. And that is low and gets past Peroni, moving the runners to second and third. And that, I do believe, will be the 3rd wild pitch charged to the Barnstormers in this game. It's almost like the pitchers are getting frustrated by these 2-strike foul balls, and then in the process, they begin to overthrow. 2-2, the continuing count here. And indeed, a wild pitch by Clark. DiCarlo awaits the 2-2. Breaking ball lined right at Felice, the shortstop. Now the Barnstormers catch a bit of a break there to stay in the tie. The Ducks come out in this third inning. They score 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors in the inning. A drop third strike, critical to the frame. And Long Island leaves 2 in scoring position. So after a painfully long bottom half of the third inning, we'll finally get to the 4th. The Barnstormers and the Long Island Ducks are in a 4-4 tie.
Hi everyone, Adam Gockenauer from Gockenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gockenauer's family this summer season. We are now selling Titus gas grills. Titus gas grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Off's Excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
4 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 3 left for Long Island. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 2 left by the Barnstormers. Felice, Peroni, and Lair scheduled against Anderson de Leon as we hit the top half of the 4th inning on this gorgeous night here on Long Island. This will be ideal beach weather this weekend for all the folks that came out to the various shores of Long Island, and they're aplenty. First pitch across for a strike on Felice. It is 0-1. Well, Barnstormers' 4-0 lead they established in the first inning has completely disappeared. There's a long fly ball foul down the left field side, and Felice will trail at 0-2. Anderson de Leon, roughed up in that first inning, is now very much back in this game, and he is still in there. The Barnstormers get to keep the DH for this half inning, and then we'll see what Ross does in the bottom of the 4th. I don't expect that he'll make any changes, but it's awfully risky. If anything were to happen to Peroni, you don't have a third option. No balls, 2 strikes to Felice. The pitch is low and ball 1. Peroni is on deck. He had an infield base hit the first time up as Joe DiCarlo couldn't right himself after a diving stop. 1-2. De Leon to the plate, and Felice waves at it. He is down on strikes. 1 away here in the 4th inning. That's the second strikeout for Anderson de Leon. Anthony Peroni will come to the plate. The Barnstormers have about a week and a half now to get everything righted to go into the second half. A slow start in the second half with all those home games, and the season ostensibly would be over. So much riding on the month of July, starting on the 5th in York. Lancaster doesn't go on the road. They're at home and in York almost exclusively. Smash, and that is a fair ball inside the third base bag down the line. Peroni will race for second. Here comes the throw, and he's going to be safe at second base around the tag of DiCarlo as Mazzilli made a heck of a throw into second. A 1-out double for Anthony Peroni, his 3rd 2-base hit of the year. As that play developed, it looked like it was going to be an out. But the Barnstormers have their 6th hit. They have a runner in scoring position, and here is Trace Lair, who smashed into a double play, nicely started by Vladimir Frias back in the 2nd inning after Peroni's infield base hit. The Lancaster with a chance to retake the lead here in the 4th inning. Lair batting with Peroni at second, 1 out. Sean Dunston Jr. waits on deck. De Leon comes set. Lair will look at ball 1 off the inside corner. It is 1-0. Hard to believe we're just in the top of the 4th inning tonight. This game has been incredibly long through the opening stretch. 1-0, Lair will pull a pop-up on the right side, and this is playable. The first baseman, Travis, is there, and that is a huge second out for Anderson de Leon. It leaves the inning to Dunston. Sean is 1 for 2. We'll see what the Barnstormers do with runners in scoring position from here on out tonight. That is an area where the Barnstormers have struggled. They get into close games. They have trouble knocking in the go-ahead runs. They get the men out there. Tonight it's 0 for 1. Now that the game is tied, they hadn't had an opportunity in either the second or the third inning. Peroni out to the lead with Dunston standing in. De Leon has given up 6 hits and a couple of walks. Base runners have been abundant for the Barnstormers tonight. Off-speed pitch is over the plate to Dunston. It is 0-1. De Leon, another pitcher, proving that you don't have to throw terribly hard to be effective here in the Atlantic League. His fastball topping out around 89. He is low to Dunston, and the count evens at 1-1. The hardest he's thrown this inning has been 89-3 on the pitch that struck out Felice. 1 ball, 1 strike to Dunston. 2 outs. Peroni leads from second. Sean, good-looking swing, but he fouled that one to the net. It is 1-2. De Leon keeping the Barnstormers hitters totally off balance since that first inning. Shaver's 3-run homer. He met squarely, but he wasn't fully in stride. He was a little bit off balance when he hit that. He just caught it squarely, and well, Colton's a pretty strong guy, and there was no doubt that one was leaving. 1-2. De Leon glances back to Peroni. The pitch to Dunston, he swings and misses. So the Barnstormers cannot produce the go-ahead run here in the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. We're through 3.5. The Barnstormers and the Ducks are dead even at 4.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey, Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Brett Clark will start off the 4th inning. He has been warming up with Colton Shaver. Anthony Peroni getting the gear back on after closing the top of the inning as the runner at second base. So we now know that Colton Shaver is out of the game. The Barnstormers lose that bat for the rest of the night. And the pitchers, by and large, will have to hit when that turn at the plate comes up, the number 6 spot in the batting order. And that could play a critical role here tonight as well. They've got one pinch hitter in Trayvon Robinson. We may see Oscar De La Cruz with a bat in his hand at some point. Meanwhile, Dustin Woodcock will lead off the bottom half of the 4th inning. So what was a golden start for the Barnstormers tonight, a 4-run top half of the 1st inning, has now gone to a game that is tied, but the Barnstormers at a fairly substantial disadvantage with Shaver no longer in the lineup. whereas Alejandro De Aza is. Anderson De Leon has gone through 4. He'll need to get through the 5th inning to secure it for the remainder of the game. Clark deals outside and low to Woodcock. Ball 1 and no strikes. 4-4, bottom half of the 4th inning. Brett Clark comes back, and Woodcock will take ball 2 off the inside corner. It is 2-0. The Barnstormers have not won a game here this year. Long Island has not won a game in Lancaster. The Barnstormers do not entertain the Ducks again in the first half. 2-0 pitch. Woodcock jammed, pops this up, shallow center. Back goes Felice. Anderson with the grab, 1 out. Clark has retired the 2 he has faced, both on balls hit to the shortstop. This one was a good deal more gentle. Austin Rye will step in. He doubled to open up the 3-run third, slapping a ball past Cordero and down the right field line. Vladimir Frias pulled the ball down that right field line, and then later in the inning, Rusney Castillo awfully close to a 3rd double down that right field line. 1 out, nobody on. First time the Ducks leadoff batter has been retired in the game. Now a breaking ball is popped up to shallow left. Sprinting back is Felice here, and Anderson will make his 3rd consecutive catch. He went a long way into left field there. Page out of the Jake Hoover scorebook. He wasn't sure if Clark could get there or not. So Anderson took it all by himself. 2 outs. And L.J. Mazzilli will step in. He is 1 for 2. Clark continues to be quite effective for this Barnstormers club. He has thrown as long as a 5 2/3 inning stint. That came against Southern Maryland back on June the 4th. First delivery across the knees for a strike on Mazzilli. It is 0-1. Last time out, he threw 2 2/3 at Southern Maryland. That was last Friday night. He gave up 3 hits and an unearned run. That was the first Southern Maryland run of that game. 1-1 delivery, and he is low to Maz. Ball 2 and a strike. 4-4, bottom 4. Defense straight up here. The pitch reaches the outside edge. The count grows even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lancaster with Mercedes, Dugan, and Cordero coming up in the 5th. Clark has carried a bat to the plate a few times already this year, and I suspect that we may see it again. Ball 3 missing. We've gone to a full count. Mazzilli bats at 3-2. Clark is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, but you have a feeling that he will be batting in either the top of the 5th or the top of the 6th. 3-2 breaking ball, line to third, and a quick snatch out of the air for Trace Lair. L5 on the scorecard. A couple of sharp liners off of Brett Clark, but he's retired the 4 batters that he's faced, picking up the pace of the game a little bit. We'll go to the 5th inning now with the score, Lancaster 4 and Long Island 4.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone, thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Forgive my late return, folks, but in case you haven't picked up on the sound, I am battling a little bit of a head cold. It's not COVID. Don't worry. I have tested, and I've tested negative. But just battling a little bit of a cold here right now. And the medications aren't helping greatly. Melvin Mercedes leads off the fifth. He is 1 for 2. He had a triple over the head of the center fielder Castillo and scored a run back in the first inning. Flied to left in the second, and now he will take a strike from the resurgent Anderson De Leon. Barnstormers have had at least one base runner every inning. This will not work. Pop up on the left side. Frias calling off Romero. Pop-ups to the shortstop have been a theme here recently. One down, and here is Dugan. Kelly struck out back in the first inning. Didn't look good on that at bat, and then got hold of one, but a little bit too far underneath back in the third. And he flied out to the warning track in right center field. He's given tons of daylight in left center here, in between Mazzilli and Castillo. One out, nobody on base. De Leon to the plate, and Dugan will take a ball outside. It's 1-0. Andretti Cordero waiting on deck. That the Barnstormers have to piece together the offense for the rest of the night without Colton Shaver, who's been one of the hotter hitters. And he had the 3-run homer back in the first. Dugan takes a fastball in. It is 2-0. Told you it was Shaver's first home run as the DH this year. It was the Barnstormers' 6th. Here's a 2-0. High, 3 balls and no strikes. And the reason that DH numbers would be lower than in the past with the double hook rule, you don't necessarily always want your best hitter to be your DH. 3-0, Dugan goes for it and thunders a ball to center. Castillo going back, Castillo still going back, and the walls will not contain it. It is number 19 for Kelly Dugan, a drive over the 400 mark in straightaway center, and the Barnstormers, with that home run, retake the lead. It's 5-4. That is the Atlantic League home run, or the guy who was the home run leader, and is now third in that category because of the time that he missed. And anyone who wants to question whether or not Dugan has as many home runs as he does because of the short porch and right at Clipper Magazine Stadium may have just been answered. Here is Cordero, who has singled in a run, and he has popped out. He takes a ball low. It is 1-0. 5-4 Barnstormers here in the top of the fifth. And a Cordero, it swings past the outside corner, 2-0. But Kelly Dugan, after just missing a home run in the third inning, connects, driving it out to center field here in the fifth. Ball 3 is outside to Andretti, 3-0. Ladarius Clark waits on deck, and then it's going to be Brett Clark, I am afraid, if the inning is continuing. 3-0. That's ball 4. Cordero picking up the 4-pitch walk, the third base on balls issued by De Leon here tonight. Clark will step in. He's walked twice and has a run scored. We're going to see a mound visit from the new Long Island pitching coach, Mark Wiedermeyer, taking over for Rick Tomlin, who resigned his post earlier in the month of June. It'll be the first time out, charged to the Ducks. Lancaster's just taken the lead. Cordero walks on 4 pitches. And Long Island knows fully well that Ladarius Clark is a dangerous hitter. Plus, you've got the pitcher spot on deck, and Clark is out there. Barnstormers need him to cover some more innings. So he's going to have to bat. Cordero leads off first. De Leon to the belt. He'll go to work on Clark, and Ladarius swings and misses at the first offering. It is 0-1. Barnstormers back ahead, 5-4 here in the top of the fifth on a stroke of the bat by Kelly Dugan. 0-1 pitch coming to Clark. This is lifted foul, and De Leon has him at 0-2. De Leon's pitch count is at 73 here in the fifth inning. It was all those two-strike foul balls that took their toll on Cameron Gann. And he threw the ball in the about 45 times before he was lifted in the bottom of the third. Upstairs for a ball, trying to change Clark's eye level. Ball 1, 2 strikes. You'd certainly much rather have Colton Shaver on deck. 1-2. Breaking ball taken to center field and a base hit for Ladarius. That pitch hung a little bit, and Clark got just the end of the bat on it, but strong enough to flick it into center. And the Barnstormers have runners at first and second with 1 out. Anybody else think Brett Clark will try to lay down a bunt? I think that's fairly obvious here. 0 for 4 is Clark with 3 strikeouts. With the changes to the double hook rule this year, it wasn't expected that pitchers would accumulate that many at-bats, but Clark indeed has as the long reliever for the Barnstormers. He's got Cordero at second and Ladarius Clark at first. The pitch to Brett is over for a strike and no sign of a bunt. I'm surprised. Anderson Felice, the shortstop, waits on deck, switch hitter. He would step in from the left side of the plate. Outfielders very shallow here. And to Clark, he offers at it and misses. He stuck the bat out there. And Brett trails at 0-2. Colton Shaver had a 3-run homer and a fly out. 1 for 2. They wait for Dustin Woodcock to reset out in right field. Boy, is Castillo shallow in center. Oh, my. 0-2 to Brett Clark. De Leon to the plate. There's a swing and a miss. And there is the disadvantage that the Barnstormers face. Critical moment in the ball game. Chance to extend the lead. They, 1, have to leave Clark out there for more innings. 2, they've only got 1 bat on the bench, and that belongs to Robinson. So Felice will have to take care of it with 2 outs. He has grounded out and struck out so far tonight. The strikeout of Clark, the 4th for Anderson De Leon. 2 outs and 2 on. Felice played to pull. He's got a lot of room in left center. The pitch to Anderson. He swings and misses over the top and goes down a strike. It is 0-1. Cordero and Clark, the runners. Andretti has hit safely in 29 out of his last 34 games. Clark has also been a very steady contributor. Lancaster looking for a big 2-out base hit here. Runners again take their leads. The count is no balls and 1 strike. De Leon to the set and to the plate. This is popped up out to left field, not terribly deep, and barely having to move is Mazzilli. That will close it out. The Barnstormers 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position since that first inning, but Kelly Dugan unloads a run on 2 hits with no errors and 2 left. We'll go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Barnstormers back ahead of the Long Island Ducks by the score of 5-4.
Jerry Lee Lewis was the original bad boy of rock and roll. Now, hear all his hits in Great Balls of Fire at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster for a limited run, June 3rd through June 25th. Jason Cohen played Lewis in nearly 80 cities across North America. Now, he brings the ivory-smashing superstar to life in this theatrical concert. with some songs of his friends like Elvis, Buddy Holly, and Johnny Cash, as well as some New Orleans jazz and traditional gospel. Great Balls of Fire will have you jumping out of your seat saying, "Good gracious, get me some tickets." Call 898-1900 for tickets or order online at DutchApple.com. That's 898-1900. Great Balls of Fire, June 3rd through June 25th at the Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster.
Well, tomorrow night is the final night for Great Balls of Fire at the Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. And starting tomorrow, we'll be running new ads for the next musical down the pike. So if you're not enjoying Barnstormers baseball and you're looking for a night out, put the Dutch Apple Dinner Theater into your plans. During the off season, Mrs. Voice and I are big fans of musical theater. And we try to support our local places, whether the community theater in our hometown, or we have a dinner theater not far from us in Virginia, but I certainly have it always in the back of my mind to come up and catch a play at the Dutch Apple as well. I've heard they do a fabulous job. And if not their Sight and Sound, we got a couple of great places in Lancaster, depending on your choice of fare. Vladimir Frias, the shortstop, will step in. We've got the #1 ballpark 3 years in a row now in the Major League Baseball partner leagues. And think of all the other venues for entertainment that bless us in not just Lancaster itself, but in the Susquehanna Valley area. Love going to Hershey Bears games. You got the other minor league teams in the neighborhood. Okay, not as nice as ours, but yeah, still good if the Barnstormers are on the road. Ball one outside and low, 1-0. Vladimir Frias has struck out and doubled in a run, scored another. He pops up Clark. Shallow center field. This is into that tough twilight, but Dunston sees it and makes the catch. 5 batters, 5 outs for Brett Clark, and he's done it on about 17 pitches. Everything in the air. 1 away, and the batter will be the designated hitter, Alejandro De Aza. De Aza's grounded into a double play and struck out, but reached as the third strike got away from Anthony Peroni, and that certainly played a role in the 3-run third inning. Barnstormers will have Peroni, Lair, and Dunston up when they get to the plate in the 6th. Clark to De Aza, first pitch strike, it's 0-1. Clark pitched for West Virginia last year before the name change. He was with the Power for a few appearances. Mark Minikazi talks a lot about his character. Slap to the hill, and De Aza will be retired here on the underhanded toss. 2 outs. But he didn't pitch nearly this well when he was with the Power last season. I had a chance to meet Brett's dad at Southern Maryland last weekend. He told me how happy Brett is to be part of the Barnstormers. And he has just been fabulous as the long reliever, the guy you bring in case something happens to the starter and he can't go more than about 3 or 4 innings. Clark has really done a great job shoring up the middle frames. 2 outs here. Travis, the batter, 2 for 2 with a run scored and a run batted in. The first pitch barely missing from Brett. It is 1-0. Nobody is getting Travis out these days. There's a fly ball to center here. This could match Dugan's. Back goes Dunston. Sean to the track, and he makes the catch. A scare, but Travis coming up about 15, 20 feet short of Dugan's, and it closes out the inning. Clark has retired 7 straight, and the Ducks go down on 6 pitches here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. We're at the end of 5. Lancaster ahead by 1. It is 5-4.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Anderson De Leon is done for the night. He gives way to right-hander Ryan Meisner out of the bullpen, who's in his 7th appearance, 4 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs. He has walked 6, though, and he has struck out as many. Peroni, Lair, and Dunston, the scheduled hitters. The right-hander from Richmond, Virginia, 28 years of age, 6'4", and a 235-pounder. The right-hander has logged some time at the major league level. Lancaster with the 1-run lead thanks to the Dugan homer. Back in the top of the 5th, the Barnstormers had grabbed a 4-0 advantage in the top half of the 1st inning, and then it all disappeared. But Clark has come on and retired 7 in a row to keep the Barnstormers initially in the tie and now maintaining the lead. So, Meisinger has come in. He was born actually in Southern Maryland. He went to high school in Southern Maryland. Went to college at Radford in Virginia. He's pitched for the Orioles, Cardinals, and Cubs. A total of 27 major league appearances. Anthony Peroni, the batter, he goes after the first pitch and lofts a fly ball down the right field side. Plenty of height to it, giving Woodcock ample time to get over there. 1 pitch and 1 out for Meisinger here in the top of the 6th inning. Trace Lair will step in. Robbed of a base hit by Frias, who then turned it into a double play back in the 2nd, and then he fouled out to the first baseman Travis in the 4th inning. Trace 0 for 2 in the ball game tonight. Hey, this is one that somehow got away from Stan Clyburn not going back home to pitch for the Blue Crabs. Fastball is outside. Ball 1-0. We've talked about how they get a lot of players from Maryland and Northern Virginia. And he was drafted by the Orioles. Slashed foul the other way. It's 1-1 on Lair. So he would have been around with the likes of Patrick Baker, I think, in their organization. He pitched in Bowie in 17 and 18. Flared out toward left center field. That'll be in for a base hit. Lair is on. The center fielder Castillo with a momentary juggle, daring Lair to go to second, and he'll take advantage of it. Trace Lair in scoring position for Sean Dunston Jr. Does that go down as a double? And the answer to that question is no. And that looks like it's going to be a single and an error, although they put the error on the wrong side of the scoreboard. Single for Trace Lair, error on Rusney Castillo. That's certainly the way I read that play. Dunston, 1 for 3, has a chance again with a runner in scoring position. And this is an opportunity the Barnstormers would love to take advantage of. Leading by 1 here in the 6th inning. Lair leading from second. Meisinger to the high set. And Dunston will look at a strike over at the knees. It's 0-1. So with all the ties to Maryland and Virginia, Meisinger, who was in Reno earlier this year, opts to come to Long Island to get their hands on another former major leaguer. 0-1, Dunston takes the ball inside, 1-1, and this is a player who was just released recently. I guess the Blue Crabs really didn't need him. They didn't need another pitcher. They haven't had anybody leave. That pitching staff has been together the entire season, and it's blended well. 1 ball, 1 strike on Dunston. Lair leading from second base. Meisinger from over the top delivers. The fastball is cut on and missed, making it 1-2. Melvin Mercedes is on deck. The Barnstormers, since the first inning uprising, 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. And I said a couple of innings ago, that's something that you would need to track over the remainder of this game. Here's a 1-2. Dunston gets a piece. He fouls it back, and the count will continue. But the track record for this Barnstormers club this year is if they get a couple hits with runners in scoring position, they'll probably get 6 or 7. They get them in clusters, and then in some of these closer games, they really struggle to produce the extra runs or the tying runs or the go-ahead runs. Here it would be Insurance, up 5-4 in the 6th inning. Lair leads from second. Dunston gets the pitch upstairs. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 chances to get Trace Lair across and make this a 6-4 game. Along the way, Meisinger played for all the Maryland teams, Aberdeen, Frederick, Delmarva, and Bowie. All in the Baltimore system. Their farm clubs all within easy reach. AAA in Norfolk, that is the farthest away. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Sean Dunston Jr. with the runner at second and 1 out. Last year, Meisinger pitched in the Cubs and Dodgers systems in AAA. Ball 3 is low and inside. Dunston getting out of the way in a hurry, and the catcher, Rye, keeping Trace Lair at second base by blocking that. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Dunston working the count again. He's very good at it. Trying to build this inning even beyond where it is. Here's the payoff from Meisinger. Dunston will draw the walk. Well, he's still averaging reaching base better than twice a game since joining the Barnstormers. It's been quite a story. Sean Dunston Jr. coming in here. He has been a very, very capable leadoff man for this club. His on-base percentage coming into tonight, .441, and he's improved slightly on that, reaching 2 of 4 times. The batter is Mercedes. He has tripled, flied out, and popped out. 1 out of 3 in the ball game for Melvin. Lair off second, Dunston off first, and the Mercedes fouled at the plate, and he goes down in a heap, and he's not getting back up too fast. That would be the last thing the Barnstormers need. And Mercedes got himself in the foot with that. He'll walk it off, but Anya Holmberg is going to come out and tend to Melvin. Ross Peoples just shakes his head. The Barnstormers get some of the guys back. They got Dugan back. They had rebuilt, and then Jake Hoover goes down. It has been nonstop this year. He has not had a healthy ball club, I don't think, for any game where he's been able to go out there fully clad for battle. and it shows up again tonight. The Barnstormers have just Robinson available off the bench and needing to keep Brett Clark in there, and Clark has certainly displayed why, as he's gone 2 1/3 innings without allowing a base runner, although some of the outs have been loud, admittedly. Been in a key spot in the 5th inning. Clark had to take his own turn, and he struck out. Melvin Mercedes back in there after fouling the ball, catching himself squarely in the foot. Now he takes low. It is ball 1, strike 1. Lair, the runner at second. Dunston aboard at first. Mercedes trying to build the Barnstormers' lead here in the top of the 6th in what has been a very lengthy game so far. To Melvin, a swing and a miss at the fastball. Meisinger has him at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looming on deck is Kelly Dugan, who broke the tie with a solo home run back in the 5th inning. Lair and Dunston out to their leads. Mercedes batting 1 and 2. The set, the pitch. Melvin will look at ball 2 off the outside corner. No, that was called strike 3. I knew Torres was going to get me at some point tonight, and he just did. 2 outs, and here is Dugan. J.B. Torres' 3rd strike call is not even visible from back here. Dugan stands in 1 out of 3 with that towering home run to dead center. He just missed the time before that. Meisinger ready to go to Dugan. The fastball to the inside corner for a strike. It is 0-1. So now it is 0 for 5 for the Barnstormers with runners in scoring position since this game got close. 0-1. Dugan batting with 2 on, 2 out here in the 6th inning. Meisinger glances around. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Kelly swings through that, and he trails 0-2. The Barnstormers do not have a closer with any experience doing it in this league. So I wonder who will get that honor tonight if the score remains the same. My guess is Johnson. You could think about Tunnel. No balls, 2 strikes to Dugan. Meisinger to the plate, and Kelly is behind it. He swings and misses. The Barnstormers unable to get a run home here in the 6th. 1 hit, 2 left. There was also an error in the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Lancaster leading by the score of 5-4.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Brett Clark remains on for the bottom half of the 6th inning, and why not? This could be his last inning. His turn at the plate will come up in the top of the 7th. So that could be almost on an as-needed basis there. We know Clark is capable of going a lot longer than he already has. We'll see how Ross plays it through the 6th and then the top of the 7th. as far as Clark is concerned. And again, the backup pinch hitter to Robinson would be De La Cruz, who's the only Barnstormers pitcher with a base hit this year. Where is Yoel Espinal when you need him? He was in the league, by the way. He was at Staten Island earlier this year before we faced him. Breaking ball for a strike. 0-1 the count on Davidson Romero. He's 1 for 2 with a run batted in. Lancaster 5, Long Island 4 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Gorgeous night out on Long Island, about halfway out the island. That's where we're situated. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. We are in Suffolk County, right across from the county courthouse. No balls, 2 strikes to Romero. Clark deals a breaking ball and misses. Ball 1, 2 strikes. By the time you get out here, the population thins out a little bit more. It's pretty densely packed through Nassau County and even up to this point. There are a lot of these smaller communities. One, 2. Breaking ball, chopped towards short. Charging the play, Felice. He gets a chest-high bounce, throws across. Romero retired. Clark has gotten 8 in a row. And he will face Rusney Castillo, who singled home the tying run back in the 3rd inning. Castillo is 1 for 2 in the ball game. Lancaster ahead by 1. Of course, people forget that Long Island actually starts with Brooklyn and Queens. Those 2 boroughs are part of Long Island. And by the time you clear Queens, you're somewhere between 25 and 30 miles onto the island. Outside for a ball, 1-0 on Castillo. The Ducks seeking a way to tie up this game or take the lead in the bottom of the 6th. But they have not been able to solve Clark, who's just out there dealing outs, pitching to contact, but now he falls behind Castillo at 2-0. The Barnstormers have had at least a base runner in every inning, and now a total of 7 left by Lancaster in the game. The Ducks have stranded 3, 5-4 Stormers leading to Castillo. Ground ball toward the middle, and that is through for a 1-out base hit. They have been taking the Barnstormers up the middle very well in this game. That is their 4th single, just about straight over second base. This one shaded a bit to the left. Joe DiCarlo, the batter, he is going to see Clark for the 2nd time. He struck out looking and lined to short so far in the game. That line drive good for the final out back in the 3-run 3rd. He was the first man to face Clark, and that line drive came with runners at 2nd and 3rd. And 2 outs. Castillo the runner, Clark to the plate, and it's lofted foul out of the stadium over the first base side. No balls and 1 strike to DiCarlo. Cordero, Clark, and Clark are scheduled in the top of the 7th when the Barnstormers get back to the plate. No balls and 1 strike on Joe DiCarlo. Dustin Woodcock waits on deck. Brett Clark throwing to first. And back in there is Rusney Castillo. York leads Staten Island 5-4. They're in the 8th inning at Peoples Bank Park, which apparently got the opportunity to dry out today. Ball 1 up and in. High Point has defeated Lexington by the score of 2-1. They're already done. Wild Health 4-2 over Charleston in the bottom of the 7th. And we have this one here. Gastonia and Southern Maryland, the matchup of the first place teams, was not necessarily rained out, but called off because of the wet conditions at Regency Furniture Stadium. Not the first time that's happened there. 2 balls, 1 strike. Breaking ball dances back to the inside corner. That one came a long way, and the count on DiCarlo is now level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers have had some issues over the years on the trips to Southern Maryland. We've had great weather there this year. DiCarlo was born in Newark, Delaware, lives in Glen Mills, Pennsylvania. Check swing, but he went too far. He's gone on strikes. Clark fans his first. 2 gone in the inning, and Woodcock will step in. He is 0 for 2. Woodcock to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on. The Ducks got DiCarlo early. He signed all the way back on February the 24th. Lancaster leading by 1. That tying run at first base with 2 outs now in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3 full innings thrown by Clark. He'll deliver to Woodcock, and that is ball 1. Clark got Woodcock to pop to short for the first out back in the 4th inning. 9 hits for Lancaster, 8 for Long Island. Runner starts, doesn't go. Ball 2 is outside to Woodcock. It's 2-0. Clark really needs to get the final out here in the 6th inning. Otherwise, you burn a pitcher if you're planning to pinch hit in the 7th. I don't know that's where Lancaster would use a pinch hitter. They might not. 2-0 pitch. Woodcock takes ball 3 inside and low. The catcher, Rye, is on deck. Is his Twitter handle Holden Caulfield? I don't know. Catcher, Rye. Oh, boy. It's just asking for the play on words. There's a strike. Woodcock taking. It's 3-1. It was a coming-of-age novel. I think everybody read it when I was in school. Not the case anymore. 3-1. Castillo takes the lead. Smash to Felice. He's going to simply outrun Castillo to second. And it's another 0 put up by Brett Clark. 6 unassisted on the first play. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. We're done with 6. The Barnstormers hanging on. It is 5-4 in favor of Lancaster.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Five runs on 9 hits with 1 error, 7 left for the Barnstormers. 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. And Long Island is stranded 4. The Ducks go back to the bullpen for another right-hander. Chad Hocken will take over in the 7th inning. Ryan Meisinger pitched the 6th. He gave up 1 hit, walked 1, and struck out 2. The ball game, this 1-run contest, is now in Hawkins' hands. He is 0-1, but with a pretty 2.35 ERA and 16 appearances. 12 hits in 15 1/3 innings, 4 earned runs. He's walked 11, and Hocken has struck out 20. He is from Pomona, California, 27 years of age. And he was just like Tyler Sullentrop, a Myrtle Beach Pelican in the recent past. Barnstormers leading by 1. We'll take a look at the Major League scores. The Mets own a 5-2 lead over Miami. They're in the bottom of the 7th. That will make the people here happy. Houston leads the Yankees with Justin Verlander on the hill, 3-zip, bottom half of the 6th. Boston and Cleveland are tied at 2 in the top of the 6th. The Red Sox are playing some great baseball. Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay knotted at 3. They're in the 6th inning. Dodgers, will anybody slow them down? They're up 4-0 in the bottom half of the 5th with Freddie Freeman making the return trip to the Peach State. Washington, Texas, no score, bottom 3. Kansas City leading Oakland 1-0 in the 4th. Colorado and Minnesota scoreless through 3.5. The Baltimore Orioles with a 2-1 lead, top of the 3rd. A lot of folks around Baltimore quite worried that the Orioles are going to pull out, despite the insistence of the Angelos family that is not the case. Here is Andretti Cordero, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. He's also drawn a walk here tonight. First pitch by Hocken is popped up near the mound. Taking command is the shortstop Frias. He is there for the catch. 1 out, and Ladarius Clark stepping in. Ladarius is 1 for 1 with 2 walks and 1 base hit. He has scored a run, and it will be Brett Clark batting next. The Barnstormers are going to keep him out there. Ladarius standing in. Hocken getting Cordero on the first pitch he throws. Andretti is the least patient of the Barnstormers hitters, and sometimes it works for him, and sometimes it doesn't. First pitch strike, it is 0-1. But he goes up there ready to attack the first pitch. He doesn't take all that many. He's walked only 9 times on the year. Clark bats 0-1. Defense against him basically straight away, and there's very little way other than that to play Ladarius. No balls, 1 strike. Hocken to the plate, and it's way outside and low. Ball 1, strike 1. The Barnstormers with 4 in the first inning, and they got the solo home run from Dugan in the 5th. Long Island came back from the early deficit with 1 in the 2nd and 3 in the 3rd. Tying it up before the Dugan home run broke the deadlock, and now the bullpens have taken control of the game. Ladarius Clark batting at 1 ball, 1 strike, high position, and then dropping down a bit is Hocken. Ground ball to the shortstop. Frias will pour it across the diamond and get Ladarius 2 outs. And Brett Clark will step to the plate. And Brett should be taking here. This has been a quick inning so far for Hocken. The Barnstormers have gotten nowhere outside of the Dugan home run. Now for 6 innings, they've had runners on base, but they haven't had anybody as far as 3rd outside of the Dugan home run since the 1st inning. Clark stands in. He's already 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Fastball high and inside, and that is a bit of a break for the Barnstormers. Again, the outfielder's very shallow against Brett. It would be fun if he could pull a ball into the gap in left center field. 1 ball, no strikes. Hocken ready to go. The pitch popped up foul, so Clark making contact. It's 1-1. This is Brett's 6th at bat. One ball and 1 strike to him. De La Cruz is 1 for 3 at the plate. Ball inside. And Brett's up there 2-1. He's prolonging the inning for himself. Tommy Shirley batted once. Wes Tunnell batted once. Josh Graham has batted once. De La Cruz with the only hit. Two balls and a strike. Clark awaits, and he looks at ball three. Anderson Felice, the shortstop, waiting on deck. Brett Clark standing and watching pitches go by. He's taken the right course on 3 out of 4. 2 outs, base is empty. Clark awaiting the 3-1 delivery. It's on its way, and it is ball 4. Brett Clark will be a base runner. That is the 5th walk given up by Long Island pitching tonight. Felice will come to the plate. He's 0 for 3, and I think the Ducks can be fairly comfortable that the opposing pitcher is not going to be wearing himself out trying to steal second. Travis won't let him get a huge lead, but Clark is all but stapled to the bag over there. The set, and Anderson, big swing and a miss. It's no balls and a strike. Barnstormers 5, Ducks 4, top of the 7th inning. Lancaster still has had at least one man reach base in every inning so far. They have lost the designated hitter for the night. Clark replaced Gann in the 3rd inning, and as a result, Colton Shaver had to take a seat for the remainder of the game. Check swing on a pitch down low, and to Felice, it is 1-1. But it would be absolute panic time for the Barnstormers if anything were to happen to Anthony Peroni along the way. One and one. Felice is grounded out, struck out, and flied out so far in the game. The set, the pitch, and he'll sky this out to left. Long chase for Mazzilli, but he'll have time to camp underneath and make the catch. Felice again going toward the opposite field. It's no runs, no hits, no errors. The Barnstormers leave their 8th. And here at the 7th inning stretch, still Lancaster 5 and Long Island 4.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Well, the question now is, how long can Brett Clark keep this going? He has worked 3 1/3 innings, and he's retired 10 out of 11 batters so far. Holding the 5-4 lead, he'll be facing Austin Rye, then L.J. Mazzilli, and Vladimir Frias in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Lancaster broke the tie in the 5th, and they've left a bunch of runners scattered since then. Still a one-run Lancaster lead. Look at the rest of the Major League scores to you. Got as far as Baltimore and the White Sox. Toronto's up 5-0 at Milwaukee with tomorrow night's Game 2 starter's little brother on the mound. Alek Manoah is pitching for the Blue Jays tonight, 8-2. What a season he's having. 2-0 the Cubs over St. Louis in the top of the fourth. Seattle and the Angels coming up in a little while. Same story, Detroit is at Arizona. Phillies are in San Diego. Aaron Nola getting the start. And Cincinnati is at San Francisco. Here is Austin Rye to start off the lower half of the seventh. He doubled and scored in the third inning, popped the short against Clark back in the fourth. Brett Clark throwing a lot of strikes out there and getting outs. First pitch strike in on Rye. It is 0-1. Clark may be working himself toward getting a start at some point. To Rye, the next one is off the outside corner, a ball and a strike. He's officially thrown 15 1/3 innings in June. And again, he had that 2 2/3 innings appearance wiped out back on June 1st. And 3 days after that, threw 5 2/3, grounded foul. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. In his last 8 1/3 innings coming into tonight, he'd given up 7 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned with 2 walks and 9 strikeouts. He has been very effective. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count on Rye. Mazzilli and Frias to follow in the bottom of the 7th inning. Clark coming off being a base runner in the top of the inning, but nothing that was going to exhaust him terribly. He walked, and then the final out made on a fly ball, smashed to short. With it is Frias. He floats the throw, and it's there in time. Good pickup by Anderson Felice going to his left. He is very sure-handed in the infield. He doesn't have necessarily the range that he once had or that you may see again, but he had that muscle injury, and I think he's taking it a little carefully out there tonight. L.J. Mazzilli will step in. 1 out of 3 is Mazzilli in the ball game. Clark has retired 11 out of 12, and we asked at the start of this half inning, how long can Brett keep this going? To Mazzilli, the pitch twists off the outside corner. It is ball 1-0. But Clark has been able to limit the pitches. Amazingly, he is throwing under 60% strikes. It doesn't seem that way. He is upstairs for ball 2 on Mazzilli. It's 2-0. Gann, who seemed to throw more pitches out of the zone, was actually throwing strikes at a higher rate. Ball 3 is outside, so he's gone to 3-0 on Mazzilli. A 1-run Barnstormer lead, bottom of the 7th with 1 out, nobody on base. Peroni, Lair, and Dunston are scheduled in the top of the 8th. Long Island's bullpen has been solid so far through Meisinger and Hocken. It's been Clark and Clark alone for the Barnstormers. A strike to Mazzilli. Now 3-1. Clark has picked up the middle innings for the Barnstormers, and he has been very strong. To Mazzilli, strike 2. LJ thought he had the walk, but he'll have to come back. It is a full count, says J.B. Torres. Lancaster pitching tonight has struck out only 5, well below the average of the last 11 games, but that could be a factor of facing the Ducks as opposed to the Genomes, the Revs, and even Southern Maryland strikes out a lot. Inside, and that actually hit Mazzilli. So put it in that department. That's the tying run on with one out here in the 7th inning. The Barnstormers back to that, the 50th hit batter. And we're going to have a trip to the mound. One out, one on. Is Ross asking for the baseball here? He is. What a job done by Brett Clark for 3 2/3 innings. He gives up one hit, hits a batter, throws a wild pitch, strikes out one, but he got just about everybody that he faced and put together a very important stretch for this Barnstormers club. And if Lancaster can hang on the rest of the way, he would be the winning pitcher. Time, though, for the Barnstormers to go to the bullpen. And while they make the change, we're going to pause for this.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone, thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Left-hander Eric Cha has come on out of the bullpen with Vladimir Frias, the switch hitter, and Alejandro Deaza, the left-handed batter, slated. So Cha will come in. It's his 10th appearance, and the results have been very mixed. He's 0-2, 6 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 6 runs, but only 3 earned. He's walked 7, and he has struck out 7. And it's not out of the question that Cha could come in and throw one pitch and get a double play out of Frias and get the Barnstormers through this 7th inning. But there have been other times where he has been wild and the defense hasn't played well behind him. It's just kind of been a mess, and it really can be either or. He's got the ability to be very, very effective against left-handed hitters. But Frias will turn around to bat from the right side of the plate. Vlad is 1 for 3 with a double that was a big part of the 3rd inning. So Cha is in replacement of Brett Clark here in the 7th. Clark allowing just 2 base runners out of the 13 men that he faced. Frias at the plate, the tying run carried by Mazzilli at first. He has 6 stolen bases for the year, and it'll be held pretty closely by Cha and the first baseman Cordero. Frias wanting to hand something off, and that, I believe, is his son taking the gear from him. Saw Vlad playing catch with the youngster earlier today, and I've seen some photos on social media. Infield set, double play depth. The Barnstormers turned a ground ball double play in the first and a fly ball double play in the second. The pitch is up, and ball 1 from Cha to Frias. 1-0. 7th inning has been problematic for the Barnstormers with a narrow lead in recent weeks. 1-0 pitch. Frias hits a chopper toward third and a foul ball. It takes a high skip off the glove of Trace Lair, but it's harmless. 1 ball and 1 strike. One of the runs Clark has given up recently scored after he left the game. That was in his 5 2/3 inning stretch. Cha goes back to work 1-1 on Frias. Instead, he decides to straddle the rubber and perhaps get a look at what Mazzilli might be up to. One ball, one strike, one out, one on. A one-run lead for Lancaster. Bottom half of the 7th inning. Cha to the set. He'll go back to work and miss up and away to Frias. Ball 2 and a strike. Deaza waiting on deck. Left-handed batters are 1 for 10 against Cha. Right-handed hitters are 3 for 15. Runner goes. Here's the throw down from Peroni, and it bounces, and Mercedes can't pick it up. The count on Frias is now 3-1. Mazzilli safe at second with the tying run. Well, they weren't able to contain Mazzilli. He's 7 for 7 on the bases. And now Frias and Deaza with chances to tie the game on a single and score the run that Brett Clark left out there. 3-1 to Vladimir Frias. Shot to the plate, swing and a miss. He's back in the fight at 3-2. But Deaza can be just as tough on left-handed pitchers as he is on right-handed pitchers. You don't gain much when it comes to Alejandro when you're trying to play the matchups. In fact, Deaza has hit .438 since joining the Ducks against lefties. Here's a payoff. Frias bounds it foul. He sticks around with a count of 3 balls and 2 strikes. Double play opportunity is lost, so Cha, in all likelihood, to protect the lead here in the 7th, will have to retire back-to-back hitters. Frias bats at 3-2. Here's the set and the pitch. Ground ball to third. It stays low. Lair stays with it and guns down Frias. Mazzilli tries for third behind the throw, and the throw from Cordero is high, and it will allow the tying run to score. The Ducks force the error, and it's 5-5. Frias grounds out 5-3. Mazzilli went to third after Lair released the throw. Cordero went to throw back, and that got away. It's an error charged to Andretti, and the tying run scores here in the 7th without a base hit. Alejandro Deaza will step in with 2 outs and the bases empty. And the Barnstormers will have to score again. Weird things happen when Eric Cha's on the mound, I'll tell you. Lair played that ground ball well, but he was off the bag. Mazzilli with a great base running move. And ultimately, Cordero probably should have held the ball. It would have been 2 outs and the tying run at third. Very little chance to get him. Here is Deaza, who's 0 for 3, and Cha runs the ball back in on him and almost hits him. It is 1-0. Well, the Barnstormers will have to break the tie against the Long Island bullpen in the late innings. 5 all in the bottom of the 7th. Cha goes to work. Deaza will take ball 2 off the outside corner. Sam Travis, the first baseman, is on deck, and Cha would still have to be in to face him. Cha comes back. He gets the out on Frias. Here's a 2-0. Deaza leans back out of the way of ball 3. Now 3-0. Lancaster will need a clutch hit. 3 balls, no strikes on Deaza. You certainly don't want to fall behind here. Cha will deliver. Deaza will take, and look at ball 4. First walk given up by Lancaster pitching tonight, but we've had a third strike wild pitch, a wild pitch move a runner into scoring position. The throws, 2 errors by the Barnstormers, those have been costly here tonight. So there have been mistakes, to say the least. Here is Travis, 2 for 3. A run scored and a run batted in. He's had everything back toward the middle. Deaza, the lead run at first. Travis takes the ball inside. It is 1-0. Debinson Romero, the third baseman, is on deck, and I would imagine that Ross Peoples has a right-hander ready to go. And by the 3-batter rule, Cha is forced to stay out there and face the right-handed hitter. He is up and away, ball 2. He has missed with 6 in a row. Two balls and no strikes. The count to Travis. Deaza still can run at the age of 38. He has 1 swipe on the year. Held by Cordero. 2-0 pitch right there. Travis appeared to be taking it. It's 2-1. Barnstormers have a second lead get away in this game. 2 balls and a strike. Cha into the motion. His pitch is fouled away. So we go to 2-2. At the moment, the run charged to Clark is unearned. But that depends on what happens here. If Travis is retired, it will stay unearned. 2-2 count, and it hits him. Second batter hit in the inning. So it'll be first and second for Debinson Romero. And we're going to have a trip to the mound. Eric Cha with a walk and a hit batter after getting the ground out from Frias. The signal goes to the bullpen. The run, by the way, is still unearned. It now depends on what Romero does. The change will be made. Cha leaves after facing 3 batters. A right-hander will be coming in. I can virtually guarantee that. Bases for first and second, 2 outs, and we'll be back after this.
Jerry Lee Lewis was the original bad boy of rock and roll. Now, hear all his hits in Great Balls of Fire at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster for a limited run, June 3rd through June 25th. Jason Cohen played Lewis in nearly 80 cities across North America. Now, he brings the ivory-smashing superstar to life in this theatrical concert. With some songs of his friends like Elvis, Buddy Holly, and Johnny Cash, as well as some New Orleans jazz and traditional gospel, Great Balls of Fire will have you jumping out of your seat saying, "Good gracious, get me some tickets." Call 898-1900 for tickets or order online at DutchApple.com. That's 898-1900. Great Balls of Fire, June 3rd through June 25th at the Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster.
Game could be on the line here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. It is now 5-5. Long Island has tied it in this 7th inning on a walk, 2 hit batters, a stolen base, and a throwing error. As the Barnstormers surrender the lead, Tyler Sullentrop has come on here. He's got to get Debinson Romero to get this game to the 8th inning, still in a tie. Sullentrop in his club-leading 25th appearance. He's 2-2. His ERA has jumped now to 3.24. 25 innings, 21 hits. He has walked 16, and he has struck out 34. Sullentrop is allowed the first batter that he has faced to reach base 10 different times. That is something the Barnstormers cannot afford here. The runners aboard belong to Cha. Clark will not be involved in the decision tonight. Romero steps in. He is 1 out of 3, facing Sullentrop, who will throw harder than anything else that Romero has seen here tonight. DeAza carries the tie-breaking run at second. Travis behind him at first. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Sullentrop to the set to Romero. He goes chasing a slider. It is 0-1. This is an enormous out here in the 7th inning. Two on, 2 out. Sullentrop delivers, and it's beaten foul. He has Romero 2. So there is wiggle room on this at bat. Cha got 1 out during his time in the game. Sullentrop, the 4th pitcher used by the Barnstormers here. 0-2, the count to Debinson Romero, the right-hander working out of the set. He'll bring it home. Breaking ball, and that just misses for ball 1. And we're never sure with J.B. Torres until we see the hitter walk off, which Romero did not do. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Outfielders are straight away. Mercedes cheating toward the middle against Romero. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here is the set. Sullentrop to the plate, and he's high. Ball 2. It is 2-2. Rusney Castillo, the center fielder, is the on-deck batter. Sullentrop has lost the wiggle room. 2-2. Peroni sets the target. Sullentrop is ready. 2-2 breaking ball, grounded right to Mercedes. He'll flip to Felice. That was a little risky on that toss, but Sullentrop comes in. He gets the out, 4-6, ending the inning. The tying run scores on no hits, 1 error, and 2 runners left on base. It will be an unearned run to Clark that ties this game up. We'll go to the 8th, Lancaster 5 and Long Island 5.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauer's family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price. And the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus Grill purchase. Gochenauer's in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
The Barnstormers will see a lefty for the first time tonight as Tyler Webb takes over on the hill. Webb's 6'5" and 240 pounds. He is in his 21st game. He has 5 saves, 1-2 his record, 20 hits in 19 2/3 innings. He has walked 6, struck out 26. So if they take the lead in the bottom of the 8th. They'll be counting, I would think, on Sandy Baez to close tonight. Both are 5 for 7 in save opportunities. Peroni, Lair, and Dunston scheduled for the Barnstormers, and Lancaster will be asking Trace Lair and Sean Dunston Jr. to hit against a tough lefty. And that's why Webb is in there right now. And even if the inning were to continue beyond that, Mercedes a switch hitter, and then you have Dugan to step in. Here's Peroni. Anthony's had a good night at the plate. 2 out of 3 so far. The average for Peroni is on the climb. Still a ways from getting to 200, but he is starting to close in. About 176 at the moment. Down low for a ball from Webb. It is 1-0. The Barnstormers with 4 in the first, 1 in the 5th. Long Island 1 in the 2nd, 3 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 7th inning. Sullentrop able to get the job done and get the final out. Now a called strike on Peroni. It levels at 1 apiece. 5 walks given up by Long Island pitching tonight. The Ducks have recorded 6 strikeouts. 1 walk and 5 strikeouts for Barnstormers pitching. Ball 2, missing to Peroni. It's 2-1. Lancaster, a team that has won this season only 1 game, either trailing or tied through 7 innings. Webb missing again. He's low to Peroni, and it's ball 3, 3-1. And that, I believe, was the Memorial Day win over York. It's really their only late inning win. Ball 4 is high. That puts the go-ahead run on for Lancaster. Another walk picked up by the Barnstormers. The question now, does Lair bunt? Left on left battle. Trace is 1 for 3 in the game tonight. He's had a nice night over at third base on defense. No spectacular plays, but he has handled a couple of pretty well-hit balls cleanly that could have handcuffed him. Lair on his way back to the dugout. He wants a different bat, I believe. Maybe that one he discovered was cracked, I'm not sure. But he's gone back to the rack. Runner at first base. Nobody out in a ball game that is almost 3 hours old here in the 8th inning. And that doesn't quite match up with the number of pitches thrown. Bunted but foul, and strike 1 on Lair. This game is dragged behind where it should be, and it's tough to pinpoint why. We haven't had any significant injuries. We haven't had any major arguments. But the pace of this game is noticeably slow. 0-1 the count to Lair. Peroni on at first base, representing the lead run in this game. Debinson Romero creeps in from third. Lair again squares. Now he takes a curveball from Webb low. Ball 1, strike 1. Sean Dunston Jr. is on deck, and Dunston has been able to handle left-handed pitching very well. So Lair's job right now is to get Peroni into scoring position, period. 1-1. Lair shortens around. He takes a second strike, and the Barnstormers will have to, in all likelihood, go away from the bunt here. Lair hasn't been bad against lefties. He's hit a little bit better against left-handers, in fact, than right-handers. 1-2, and he'll swing away, and he hits a swinging bunt over toward third. Romero will go to second, and they will get the force out on Peroni. Lair safe on the fielder's choice. The out goes 5-4. So even with 2 strikes, Romero was playing up and was able to make the play on that miss-hit ball off the bat of Trace Lair. It's 1 out, 1 on for the Barnstormers. Here is Dunston, who has reached base twice. He has singled and walked. That's not quite his nightly allotment. He's averaged more than 2 trips to the bases per game. We'll see if he can get on for a third time here. Lair aboard at first with 1 out. The set. Trace takes off. The pitch is low. The throw is high and not in time as Frias has to take it to the other side of the bag. Trace Lair gets in with his second stolen base. And that is some daring on the part of the Barnstormers, but they really wanted to get the runner into scoring position. Lair is able to accomplish it after not doing it at the plate. He does it with the legs. Now we've got a quick chat at the mound between Rye and Webb. No timeout will be charged there. Lancaster again chances with a runner in scoring position. Trying to break the tie here in the 8th inning. Dunston up, Mercedes on deck. 5 all in the 8th. Left-hander to the set. And a Dunston line drive right to the first baseman, Travis. Tough break for the Barnstormers in this key situation. Dunston ripping the pitch, but Travis was right there. And now it is up to Mercedes, and the Barnstormers are 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position since the Ducks got close back in the 3rd inning. The only run coming on the Dugan homer in the 5th. Kelly is on deck. Lair leads from second. Mercedes at the plate. The set. Webb delivers. The breaking ball misses. It's ball 1 and no strikes. Dunston hits lefties really well. It was a good matchup for the Barnstormers, but denied with the ball screamed right into the glove of the first baseman. Mercedes turns on that and misses. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. The Barnstormers got a break back in the 1st inning on a blue pit by Cordero that scored the first run and also kept the inning going to where Shaver could hit the 3-run homer. 2 outs, and a Mercedes. He hits a chip shot out toward right center field. This is playable for almost anybody. It's Woodcock who makes the play. And again, the Barnstormers can't get a go-ahead run home despite the best efforts of Dunston. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Castillo, DiCarlo, and Woodcock are scheduled in the bottom of the 8th in this 5-5 ball game.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Tyler Sullentrop's night is over after facing 1 batter. He got the final out in the 7th inning with the go-ahead run and an insurance run on base. Sullentrop comes out. Chase Johnson now in for the Barnstormers. And talk about a guy who's pitched in some tough luck to get to 1-5. 4.24 ERA, 34 innings, 29 hits. He's walked 14, and he has struck out 33. His 1 appearance on this mound did not go well. He walked 3 and had a third strike wild pitch as run after run scored that, for the most part, belonged to his predecessor in the game, Josh Graham. It was Graham's only bad outing of the year. Johnson becomes the Barnstormers' 5th pitcher here tonight. We're in the lower half of the 8th inning, still tied at 5. Wicked shot hit by Dunston. It could have given the Barnstormers the lead in the top of the inning, but it was right at the first baseman, Travis, who was playing back, and it was an easy catch. Throw going through from Peroni, Rusney Castillo, Joe DiCarlo, and Dustin Woodcock, the scheduled hitters for the Long Island Ducks. The Barnstormers will have Dugan, Cordero, and Clark in the top half of the 9th, and I have to believe Robinson would bat 4th if the Barnstormers have anything brewing in that 9th inning. Castillo leading off. He is 2 for 3 with an RBI. He's also reached on an error, so the Barnstormers have not retired him in this game. 5 apiece here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Again, it has been tough sledding for this Lancaster team in the late innings of ball games this year, unless they already have the lead. And then they can put a game away fairly well. A called strike. It is 0-1 on Castillo. Johnson has the sign. His slider missing away. And it is 1-1 here. Chasing his 23rd game. Sullentrop was in his 25th. Ross always likes to spread it around. 1-1 offering, and that is low. 2 balls and a strike on Rusney Castillo. The problem for Ross is that he hasn't had a lot of his key relievers for a good portion of the season. 2 balls and 1 strike, the kick, and it is strike 2 to the inside corner. Johnson is even with Castillo. Right-hander from the San Diego area, Chase Johnson. It's become a battle of the bullpens here tonight. And the 1 run off a reliever has been unearned. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball doesn't get that, or he did get the outside corner. Again, the call from Torres, invisible from here. And we had to wait until Peroni threw the ball around. 1 out. Joe DiCarlo will step in. He is 0 for 3. Johnson gets that all-important first out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Outfield playing against the grain with DiCarlo at the plate. The infield plays him to pull. Slider for a strike. It is 0-1. Well, Johnson off to a good beginning tonight. Right-hander peering in, has the sign, the pitch, weak swing, and he has DiCarlo at 0-2. Dustin Woodcock, the right fielder, waiting on deck. You like the trio the Barnstormers will have up in the top of inning 9. Webb may stay out there to face Dugan, and then Backman could make a switch after that. That's what I would do. No balls, 2 strikes here. Johnson will kick and fire. That misses. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Again, with 2 strikes in the count, I just have to wait for either the batter to walk off or the ball to be thrown around the diamond. One ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Bottom half of the 8th inning tonight. Johnson will fire, and He will slide that past the outside corner to go to 2-2. Barnstormers and the Ducks have certainly battled. We've seen terrific work out of both bullpens. DiCarlo awaits the 2-2. Johnson brings it home, and that's wrapped foul on the ground. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lancaster relievers now have covered 4 2/3 innings, giving up 1 hit, 1 walk, and an unearned run. 3 scoreless innings for Long Island's bullpen on 1 hit and 3 walks. 2-2 again to DiCarlo. Johnson will bring it home, and this is popped up into shallow right. Cordero going back, and Andretti can't handle it. The ball falls in. Andretti got a glove on it as he retreated into shallow right field. Now the go-ahead run is on at first base here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Dustin Woodcock will come to the plate. We'll await a ruling, hit versus error on that one. And I am torn. He got a glove on it. That would indicate error. He was still on the move. That would indicate hit. He did kind of get turned around back there, but it will go down as a blue pit for DiCarlo. Woodcock, the batter, he is 0 for 3. He has flied into a double play, popped to short, and grounded into a force out. So it goes down as a hit, but a ball that maybe the Barnstormers could have caught here in the bottom of the 8th. Puts the go-ahead run on. Now a fastball is high to Woodcock. It is 1 ball and no strikes. When I say strange things have happened with Chase Johnson on the mound to lead to him being 1-5, believe me, strange things have happened, and that's one of them. 1 ball and nothing. The right-hander working out of the stretch, brings it home, and Woodcock gets ball 2. Austin Rye waits on deck. The fans, not a sellout by any means here on this early summer Friday night, getting into it, trying to cheer the home club on. Bottom half of inning number 8. 2 balls, no strikes to Woodcock. And the offering, strike to the inside corner from Chase Johnson. It's 2-1. Doubleheader baseball coming up tomorrow. Johnson's fastball is only 92 to 93 tonight. We have seen it a lot higher than that. 2 balls and a strike. Out of the set, he'll bring it home. Woodcock lines up base hit into right field. Pulling up at second is DiCarlo. And now 2 are on with 1 out for Austin Rye. Rye is 1 for 3. The Barnstormers badly in need of a double play. Woodcock able to turn the fastball and drive it into right field. A follow-up single. DiCarlo has the lead run at second. Mark Johnson will pay a mound visit. And here is the keyboard cat once again. It all started with Butch Hobson, who never paid attention to it. It's one of my favorite Butch stories, in fact. They did it to try and get his goat, and I brought it up. And he said, what keyboard cat? What are you talking about? They play it every time at least a Barnstormers coach heads to the mound. Whether he's got the hook with him or not. In this case, it's Mark Johnson, and he does not. First and second with 1 gone. Austin Rye stepping in. He doubled inside the first base bag back in the 3rd inning and scored. Clark retired him on a pop-up in the 4th, and Brett got him again on a ground out in the 7th inning. 1 out, runners are at first and second in a tie ball game. Lancaster needing to turn over a double play. The tying run scored without a hit last frame. Rye stands in, Johnson to the plate, and it's a swing and a miss. No balls and one strike. The Barnstormers hoping to get to the top of the ninth tied with Dugan, Cordero, and Clark to come in. And as I said, the only available pinch hitter realistically would be Trayvon Robinson. 0-1. Johnson to the plate, and there's another swing and a miss. It's 0-2. DeCarlo, the lead runner, has just a couple of stolen bases. Woodcock behind him has swiped 8. So don't think that the Ducks won't try something on the bases here. Less likely with the count of 0-2 on Rye. L.J. Mazzilli waits on deck. 5-all, bottom of the 8th inning. Johnson to the belt, glances at the lead runner, and now works to the plate. He got him. Swing and a miss. Rye is gone on strikes. 7th strikeout for Lancaster pitching. With 2 outs, here is Mazzilli, 1 for 3. Hit by a pitch, and he has scored a run. Virtually all sliders. And Austin Rye went down on 3 in a row. So here is Mazzilli. DeCarlo at second with the lead run in the ball game. Woodcock the trailer. Mazzilli trying to put the Ducks into the lead. Johnson to the plate, and it's flared foul to the right and out of play. 0-1. Chase Johnson working ahead here in the 8th inning. If Cordero can hang on to the pop-up, and it was a tough play out in shallow right field. Johnson's out of this inning. He has to do some more work here. No balls, 1 strike. The set and the delivery, that is poured onto the outside corner, and he has Mazzilli now at 0-2. Johnson trying to put up a 0 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's been a struggle. He does have 2 strikeouts. Oh-2 pitch. Will he come after him? Gets a chopper to the shortstop. Felice will take it right to the second base bag and end the inning. Chase Johnson gets it done. 6 unassisted on the force out. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 more runners left on by the Ducks. They have stranded 8. The Barnstormers 9 will go to the top of the 9th inning. Dugan, Cordero, and Clark for Lancaster. It is 5-5.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone, thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
So here we are. The 9th inning has arrived, but nothing has been decided. It's 5 apiece. Lancaster with Dugan, Cordero, and Clark. As I suspected, Tyler Webb stays on the mound. He may just be out there to face Kelly. Dugan is 1 for 4 tonight. He hit a home run to dead center back in the 5th inning. He has flied out to the warning track, and the other 2 trips he has struck out. So left-on-left battle facing Dugan here in the top of the ninth. Backman, I think, playing the percentages. So he'd be better off leaving the lefty in against Cordero as things have panned out this year. But I don't think that's where he's going to go. Here's the pitch to Kelly. Webb deals. It's fouled to the left and strike one. Ball game tied. It has been that way since the bottom of the seventh. It was also 4-4 from the end of the third to the Dugan homer in the fifth inning. Popped up on the left side here. Drifting back is Romero. Cutting in behind him is Frias. It'll be Romero. And there is one out here in the ninth inning. They get rid of Dugan. Cordero will be coming to the plate. Do we see Wally Backman? Or is he going to stick with Tyler Webb through this inning? And it looks like Cordero will face the lefty. Andretti has a single and a walk tonight, 1 for 3. Has driven home his 44th run of the year. Ladarius Clark is on deck. And then if somebody's on, you have the pitcher spot coming up. The Barnstormers, with such a short bench, have been vulnerable to that all year. Breaking ball dances to the outside corner. It is strike one on Cordero. Lancaster's last hit was a one-out single by Trace Lair back in the sixth inning. Cordero swings and misses a huge cut, and it's 0-2. But this is largely what we have watched in these close games all year. The Barnstormers collectively in the late innings in close games not hitting well. And there's a 3-pitch strikeout of Cordero. 2 outs, and Clark is due. 5 straight set down by Webb since walking Anthony Peroni to lead off the 8th. Clark, the batter, 1 out of 2 officially tonight. Five to 5, 2 outs, bases empty. Clark batting, and it is Robinson in the on-deck circle, I believe. I've got to take another peek down there. A called strike. It is 0-1. And it is. Swinging a foul off the end of the bat. Webb has Clark at 0-2. Ducks wearing orange. The Barnstormers wearing red tonight. It's always upsetting to the eyes. 0-2. Ladarius goes down swinging. So a very easy breezy inning for Tyler Webb in the top half of the ninth as the Barnstormers go down 2 strikeouts and a pop-up on 8 pitches. Frias, DeAza, and Travis will step in the bottom of the ninth. It is 5-5.
Jerry Lee Lewis was the original bad boy of rock and roll. Now, hear all his hits in Great Balls of Fire at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster for a limited run, June 3rd through June 25th. Jason Cohen played Lewis in nearly 80 cities across North America. Now, he brings the ivory-smashing superstar to life in this theatrical concert. With some songs of his friends like Elvis, Buddy Holly, and Johnny Cash, as well as some New Orleans jazz and traditional gospel, Great Balls of Fire will have you jumping out of your seat saying, "Good gracious, get me some tickets." Call 898-1900 for tickets or order online at DutchApple.com. That's 898-1900. Great Balls of Fire, June 3rd through June 25th at the Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster.
Well, here's the fix that the Lancaster Barnstormers are in right now. They didn't want to throw Chase Johnson out there for a second inning. He had a fairly long inning in the 8th, though he did get through it. So they go to West Tunnel for the bottom of the 9th. But here is the quandary facing the Barnstormers right now. And fortunately, the rain out last night did save the bullpen, but there is a bullpen game coming up, Game 2 tomorrow night. The problem is this. if Tunnel gets through the bottom half of the ninth inning, you have to pinch hit for him in the 10th because he would be the first batter up with Clark at second base. So that's where you would think Robinson would come to the plate unless Tunnel is a pretty accomplished bunter. Then you've got to go to somebody else, and that somebody else would be the seventh pitcher of the night. And the Barnstormers would be running out of available arms in the bullpen. And right now, I would think either Johnson or Tunnel would be the guy you would go to in the bottom of the 10th inning if you have the opportunity. You don't have Manoah for the ball game tonight, so that bullpen is just about empty. 5 apiece. Vladimir Frias will be leading off the bottom half of the ninth inning. The Barnstormers have Cole Aker and Donald Goodson left in the bullpen for this ball game tonight. That would be all. So Tunnel will try to get us to that 10th inning, and the decision for Ross Peoples. West is, as a Barnstormer, 0-0 with a 3.07 ERA, 14 2/3 innings, only 8 hits. He's walked 9, struck out 15. Frias leading off with Diaz on deck, and then Travis, tough part of the lineup. But that's what we thought Tyler Webb had in the ninth, and he sawed through it very quickly. Tunnel fires to Frias. It is a breaking ball low. Ball 1 and no strikes. Can the Barnstormers get this to extra innings? These close games in the late innings have just almost exclusively gone the wrong way. Mentioned the Barnstormers are 4-13 in one-run games. High pop fly here to left center field. They were in the no double, so they've got to work their way in. And it is Clark for the catch. Frias retired, 1 out, and Diaz will come to the plate. 4-13 in one-run games. The Barnstormers won the Memorial Day thriller on the walk-off single by Dugan in the bottom half of the 10th inning against the Revs. Outside of that, the other 3 one-run wins have been games that the Barnstormers led just about the whole way. In one case, 1-0 on an unearned run in the bottom of the first against Staten Island. And the other 2 games, the Barnstormers had 3-run leads going into the 7th inning and held to a 1-run victory. Diaza, the designated hitter, steps in now. He is 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Tunnel into the motion, and to Diaza. It is a ball outside, skipping away from Peroni. 1-0 with Sam Travis waiting on deck. This has been an extraordinarily long game tonight to boot, with the doubleheader on tap for tomorrow. One ball, no strikes on Diaza. Lair guards against the bunt over at third. Here's a pitch, and it is ball 2 to Alejandro. 2-0. An unearned run back in the 7th tied the game. A wild throw from Andretti Cordero trying to pick up an out at third as L.J. Mazzilli made the dash for third on a grounder to third base. Here's a 2-0. Diaza lets it go. Ball 3 is up. A 3-ball and no strike count with the scalding hot Sam Travis waiting on deck. Three balls and nothing on Diaza. Anybody stepping in here is the winning run at the plate. 3-0. Tunnel will deal. Diaza will take. 3-1. Lancaster's been out hit tonight, 10-9 now. With the Barnstormers going hitless since 1 out in the 6th inning. Barnstormers have got to find a ticket to these late innings. 3-1. DeAza awaits. Tunnel kicks and fires. That will be ball 4, and the winning run goes to first. Second walk in a row for Alejandro DeAza. Travis will come in, 2 out of 3 with a run scored and a run batted in. What I'd like to know is how different the Barnstormers would be with DeAza. He certainly would be another good stick in the middle of the order. And I probably would bat him 2 and Dugan 4, but DeAza does so well against left-handed pitching that putting him back-to-back with Kelly probably wouldn't be an issue. So Travis stands in. Tunnel to the set. He'll deliver. Ground ball, third base. Scooped up Lair. Out at second. Mercedes relays to first, and we're going to extra innings. West Tunnel gets the double play out of Sam Travis on the first pitch thrown to him here in the 9th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. The Barnstormers and the Ducks will head to the 10th. Clark will take second base, and we'll see how the Barnstormers play this. It is 5-all through 9.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Back to the bullpen for the Long Island Ducks, and right-hander Kaiwei Lin, a native of the island of Taiwan. He'll be facing Trayvon Robinson, who will bat here, and the Barnstormers will have to go to either Aker or Goodson for the bottom of the 10th inning. Robinson will be leading off, and then Felice and Peroni. And at the very minimum, you need to get Ladarius home. Lynn has been terrific. He's a little guy, just 5'10" and 175 pounds. He's 1-1 with a minuscule 1.23 ERA, 10 hits allowed. He has walked 8 and struck out 18 in 14 2/3 innings. 5-5, 5 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. And Long Island has left 8 base runners. The Barnstormers 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 9 men have been left on base. Everything else is a final in the Atlantic League tonight. York outlasts Staten Island 6-5, High Point 2-1 over Lexington, and Wild Health 4-3 over Charleston. Trayvon Robinson is going to bring a bat to the plate here in the 10th inning. The Barnstormers short on the roster. This is the only guy available to come in off the bench, hitting .238 with 7 runs batted in. Clark leads off second. Lynn delivers high to Trayvon. It is ball 1 and no strikes. The Barnstormers find themselves in a late inning bind. They have really battled. Great job by the bullpen tonight to get us to this point. But go-ahead RBIs, again, difficult for the Barnstormers to find. Way inside. Robinson has to scramble. It's 2-0. Well, then the question, if Trayvon should walk here, do you then have Felice bunt ahead of Peroni and Lair? Lynn came out of the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. He was still there at Double-A earlier this year. 2-0. There's a pickoff throw to second, and Clark just able to get back in. Oh, that would have been likely curtains for this game. And Ross Peoples might have thrown an absolute fit to lose another base runner from scoring position in a key spot in a game. 2-0. The count on Robinson. I mean, if Clark's going to get thrown out at third, that would be one thing, but to get picked off second would just be excruciating here. He bluffs, doesn't go. Strike taken on the inside edge, and Robinson bats at 2-1. 5 apiece here in the top of the 10th. The Barnstormers have the courtesy runner in their fastest guy. Well, that was one break the Barnstormers got with the way the lineup rotated. Robinson awaiting the 2-1. Lynn to the plate. It's swung on and missed. 2-2. That Lynn, another guy who gets a lot of strikeouts. Not that he throws terribly hard, but he does it with trickery. Strikeout pitchers are what you want in these extra inning situations with that runner starting at second base. Contact pitchers, it's too easy to score that run. 2-2. Clark dances off second. He's not going anywhere. That is inside, and ball 3, a full count to Robinson. Pinch hitting this season, the Barnstormers are 4 for 23. Darius Clark leads off second. And there's another pickoff throw. They have him. He's in a rundown. He's still in the rundown, but they will trap him, and he will be tagged out going into third. Can you believe it? The worst thing you can do in that situation. And he got caught off second base. And the Barnstormers now have to start afresh with 2 outs in an inning. Picked off and trapped in a rundown. Robinson bats at 3-2. What is going through the mind of Ross Peoples over at third? I can't even imagine. Robinson batting at 3-2. 1 out, nobody on. Felice on deck. Here's the payoff, and Robinson looks at strike 3 on the inside corner, and he can't believe that. Romero will bat with Travis at second base to start the bottom of the 10th inning. Felice will step in. He's 0 for 4, and right now the Barnstormers almost have to get a home run out of Anderson Felice, who hasn't hit one left-handed all year. And I think with that injury to his side, his power might be a little bit curtailed at the moment. Or they've got to chain together some hits. To Felice, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. And you don't know who's going to come in to pitch. It's got to be either Aker or Goodson. And it's a tall order when you don't score the run in the top half of the 10th inning. Swing and a miss, it's 0-2. But to have it get picked off, it is just becoming so painful. And these mistakes simply have to end when that bell for the second half rings on July 5. They've got to end. 0-2. Maybe it's that everybody's trying to do a little too much. 0-2. Lynn to Felice. That is over but low, and ball one. Here we were contemplating whether the Barnstormers should bat for Tunnel or not in that situation. Remember, he was a position player in college, but ultimately it didn't matter with the pickoff. Ball two sails outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and Lynn will have the benefit of facing only 2 batters here in the 10th inning. If he puts away Felice, you lose so much with that pickoff, it's indescribable. And I know Clark had thoughts about trying to take third there somewhere. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's a pitch. Felice didn't hold on the swing. He is gone on strikes as well. Well, the Barnstormers right now are with their backs to the ropes. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the top of the 10th inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Sam Travis will take the winning run to second base in a 5-5 ball game.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of... There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
It will be Cole Aker here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Davidson Romero will be the first man to step in. Sam Travis will be the courtesy runner at second. It's 5-5. The Barnstormers went down 1-2 in the top of the 10th inning on strikeouts with the runner picked off of second base. This is discouraging. The Barnstormers with a 4-run first inning. And the offense simply stalled. In 9 innings since then, a run on 6 hits, and that was the homer by Dugan. The club 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position over that stretch. Long Island tied the game in the bottom of the 7th on an unearned run, no hits in the inning. And now it would take very little to turn this into a Barnstormers loss. Cole Aker is 0-1 and his loss in one of these extra inning games. 4.22 ERA, 9 hits, 8 walks in 10 2/3 innings. So the Barnstormers have to figure out what to do right now. Runner at second, the winning run at second, nobody out in the bottom of the 10th inning. Nobody really is expecting Romero to lay a bunt down. Aker comes to the set, and he is going to spin and look Travis back into second base. Cole Aker, the 7th pitcher used by the Barnstormers tonight. The bullpen has been fabulous. The set and the pitch to Romero, he showed bunt and then took a breaking ball for a strike. It's 0-1. Five. Bottom of inning 10. And Aker taking a while to get the signal from Peroni. More complicated with the runner at second. And they take so long that Romero felt forced to back out. 0-1 pitch. No sign of the bunt. He takes ball one outside and low. Aker will need to go for strikeouts here. He's not the strikeout pitcher that some of the predecessors are. One and one, a look back at second. Breaking ball spins outside and low. 2-1 on Romero. Well, a walk is better than a hit. Castillo then would have the potential of grounding into a double play. It's one of the ways you can get through an inning like this. But when you don't score the run in the top half of an extra inning, you are just in such big trouble. The 2-1 to Romero. He hits a pop fly out to left. Back goes Felice. In comes Clark. Clark with the catch. That is a big first out because now they can't get that run home on outs. Rusty Castillo will come to the plate. Castillo is 2 for 4. He has driven in a run. Should we get to the 11th, Felice would be at second base. Peroni, Lair, and Dunston would be the hitters. Two chances left for the Ducks to end it here in 10. Castillo, the batter, DiCarlo on deck. Aker gets to face right-handed hitters. The Barnstormers are also running out of relievers. Aker bluffs the runner back to second. Fans scream for a balk, but he had fully detached from the rubber just because he took a couple of steps in that direction. Doesn't mean it's a balk. Travis leads from second. Aker glances back. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. This is popped up on the right side. Playable in foul territory. Cordero will latch on. And now it is up to Joe DiCarlo. Cole Aker getting the job done here in the bottom of the 10th. 2 pop flies. And Travis has not budged. DiCarlo is 1 for 4. He had a blue pit off the glove of Cordero back in the 8th inning, as Andretti got turned around in shallow right. Aker needing one more out to get us to the 11th inning here in the opener of a 4-game series on Long Island. Cole's pitch, sky to right field. Dugan will be there, and we're going to the 11th. Cole Aker coming on, doing a mighty job, and he needed just 6 pitches to do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left. We go to the 11th. Felice will go to second. Peroni will be the hitter. It's still 5-5.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Kaiway Lynn stays on the hill for the Long Island Ducks. We go to the 11th inning. This is now guaranteed to be the longest game played by the Barnstormers in 2022 in terms of the time. Remember, we have a doubleheader coming up tomorrow night. So these two ball clubs risking exhaustion. Anderson Felice will be taking his spot out at second. Anthony Peroni has had a strong night at the plate. He'll step in and at least try to get the runner to third base. So it is 5 apiece here in the 11th. It's the third time that the Barnstormers have kept the opposing team from getting the run home from second base. Lancaster is only 3 of 9 at it, but they get another shot thanks to the work of Cole Aker. Lynn will deliver to Peroni at his high, ball 1. Anthony with a single, a double, and a walk, 2 out of 3 officially. The Barnstormers have not had a hit since Trace Lair's single to left center back in the 6th inning. Felice at second. Peroni, Lair, and Dunston with the shots here. Breaking ball twirls to the outside corner. That is a called strike. It is 1-1. Lancaster without any bench left. That has been an ongoing issue. 1-1. Fastball is outside. Peroni gains an edge at 2 balls and a strike. Lynn is the 5th pitcher used by the Ducks. The Barnstormers are on their 7th. We also have Jeff Zarello now at first base. Travis had actually left for a pinch runner. That was Johnny Turbo out there. But he didn't get the move in the 10th inning, and now he's wasted. 2-1 on Peroni. Slicing pop fly behind first base. Sprinting back is Zarello. He can't get to it, and it's foul. 2-2. The Barnstormers have Don Goodson back in the bullpen, and that's all. They have nobody else available off the bench. Ross is just consistently hamstrung, making moves in the late innings, and it just doesn't help that this club runs itself out of innings, makes mistakes in the field. Every time you get into one of these contests, the bullpen, you can't say enough about the job that crew's done tonight. 2-2. Peroni awaits, way outside, saved by Rye. Anthony Peroni batting at 3 balls, 2 strikes, trying to get the Barnstormers' first hit since the 6th inning. It's 4 2/3 innings for the Long Island bullpen without surrendering a hit. The Barnstormers' pen has gone 7 1/3 without giving up an earned run, and they have allowed only 3 hits. Peroni bats 3-2. Lynn will deliver, and it's spoiled. Foul ball straight back. Peroni continues at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Lynn struck out the 2 batters he faced last inning, and the last 4 Barnstormers batters have struck out. By all appearances, we will clear 4 hours for the first time this season in the ball game here tonight. Anthony Peroni bats at 3-2. Felice again leading off second. The pitch is belted toward left center field. They're not getting to this one on the fly. That ball is into the gap and rolling to the wall. Felice will score. Peroni is racing around second, heading for third, and he has a triple. Anthony Peroni with the 3-bagger well back to the wall in left center, and they were playing him to hit to the opposite field. So he had plenty of time to run as Castillo had to go all the way from right center to deep in the gap in left center to track that one down. The Barnstormers have the 6-5 lead as Anthony Peroni comes up with a huge clutch hit here in the 11th inning against Kaiwei Lin. Oh, that is enormous. Now Trace Lair will bat against the drawn-in infield. DeCarlo will be at second in the bottom of the 11th with Woodcock, Rye, and Mazzilli to step in. To Lair, a swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. Lynn seems especially tough on left-handed batters. Boy, what a monster hit by Anthony Peroni. And now you feel obligated to get him home. This 6-5 lead is not enough. The pitch, high chopper, that's through the right side. A base hit for Lair, and now 7-5 Barnstormers. The offense has gotten it done here in the 11th inning. It would be up to some combination of Aker and Goodson, and I would imagine it will be Aker trying to shut the Ducks down in the bottom of the 11th. 2 on the board for the Barnstormers. They've gotten the clutch hits here in the top of the 11th, the hits that have been lacking for the bulk of this season, and it's taken the bottom of the order to do it. Dunston, the hitter. Sean is 1 for 4 with a walk in the game tonight. The third baseman, Romero, playing about even with the bag. He's not sure, but I could almost expect a bunt right now. Mercedes and Dugan to follow, and Dunston squares around. He lays it down. Lynn will be on it. He'll fire to first, won't have him. Sean Dunston with a perfect bunt over on the third base side. I love it when I call things like that. And now 2 Barnstormers are on for Melvin Mercedes. Lynn made the best play he possibly could. He got after that bunt in a hurry, but Dunston runs extremely well. You've got 2 on with nobody out. Melvin Mercedes stepping in. I don't bunt with him. You lay down a sacrifice here. It opens the way to pitch around Dugan. 2 runs home, 2 on, nobody out here in the 11th inning. Could this be a turning point in the season? Well, Mercedes squares the bunt. He takes ball 1 high and outside. The Barnstormers need a big win, and then they just need to develop some kind of rhythm. A 4-run first inning, big start for the Barnstormers tonight, and then the offense languished, couldn't come up with a big hit, then couldn't come up with any hits until this 11th inning, and now they have 3 hits in a row. 1 ball and nothing to Mercedes. He will look at a strike to the outside corner, and no sign of a bunt there. It's 1-1. Dugan waiting on deck. Kelly is 1 for 5 with a towering homer to center tonight. The Barnstormers could use all the runs they could get their hands on here. 1 ball, 1 strike. The set, and a Mercedes, that's pulled down the right field line on a base hit. The Barnstormers are going to wave around Lair. The throw will go to third. Dunston is in there. An RBI base hit for Melvin Mercedes, and now it's 8-5 with Dugan stepping in. The offense bringing to life here in the 11th inning, something we have not seen a lot in these close ball games here in 2022, but tonight they are really getting it done. 3 are home, still nobody out. Dugan steps in, and Wally Backman is headed to the mound. Kaiwei Lin, who struck out the 2 batters that he faced in the 10th inning, along with picking Clark up second base. Well, he didn't really do that, but getting the pick off at second base. Can't get an out here in the 11th inning. The Barnstormers with 3 runs on the board. Lin departs. We're going to have a pitching change in the 11th, and while we do, let's pause for these messages.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water, or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Right-hander Chris Cepeda now on for the Long Island Ducks. He is a local guy from here on the island, from Port Jefferson Station, 25 years of age, 5'10", and 180 pounds. He's appeared 7 times, covering 10 innings, allowing 8 hits, 5 runs. He has walked 5, and he has struck out 6. Kelly Dugan will step in with Dunston at third, Mercedes at first, nobody out, and 3 runs already across in the Barnstormers' half of the 11th inning. Well, the Barnstormers started the night fast. We saw very little for a long period of time. And then Lancaster has ripped it open in the 11th inning, but don't count on anything. You want as many runs as possible. Dunston is at third, Mercedes at first, 4 straight hits against Kaiwei Lin in the 11th inning. Dugan against Cepeda. The first pitch breaks over for a called strike. It is 0-1. Kelly 1 for 5. He has hit 2 balls well tonight. He's had 3 subpar at bats, 2 strikeouts and a pop up to third, along with a fly out to deep right center and then a home run to dead center. 0-1 on Dugan. Cepeda comes back. It's outside and low. On deck is Andretti Cordero. Peroni tripled in a run. He scored on the chopped base hit through the right side by Laird. Dunston laid down a perfect bunt. Mercedes yanks an RBI single into right. Dugan bats at a ball and a strike. Here's the delivery. Torn into right field and a base hit. That will make it 9-5. Turning and then holding on at second is Mercedes. Dugan adds to the inning. And Andretti Cordero will try to do even more. 5 hits in a row for the Barnstormers here in the 11th. And the offense was just dead for the longest time. And suddenly it has surged in this 11th inning. But this ball club, they just tend to do it all at once, which at times is a good thing. 9-5. Cordero, the batter, with 2 on, still nobody out. Cepeda to the plate, and Andretti with a bouncer toward the hole. A desperation throw to third by Frias is bounced, and that will allow Mercedes to scamper around and Dugan to go to third. The only play Vladimir Frias had was to third base, and he rushed the throw and bounced it past Romero. And the Barnstormers score for a 5th time in the inning. There will be no RBI there. We'll see exactly how they score this one. And it could be an error all the way. A good throw would have beaten him, but can you make a good throw in that situation? And we haven't seen the ruling posted online as of yet. So here is Clark, and he will spin a foul out of play. It is 0-1. On deck is Cole Aker. A 5-run Lancaster lead, and men at first and third. Cordero did not get the second. Breaking ball to Clark is fouled off. It's 0-2. Or Cordero, rather. Clark. Well, no, Clark's the batter. I haven't put Cordero's thing in. It's fielder's choice and an E6 on the play is the way that goes down. And now to Clark. Breaking ball off the outside corner. Ball 1. It's 1-2. Frias made a really awful throw to third base right there, but couldn't gain his footing. He was running to get the ball. Ball 2 is outside to Clark. Still nobody out, and 5 runs home in this 11th inning. Clark, the batter, with Aker on deck, and then you get back around to the courtesy runner, Anderson Felice. 2-2 from Cepeda to Clark. Here is the pitch. That breaks outside, filling the count. The set, here comes the payoff. Ladarius pops it up on the right side, hoping for the ball to get to the dugout. It will not. It is caught by the first baseman, Zarello. And the Ducks have finally posted the first out here in the top half of the 11th inning. One out, and here is the pitcher, Cole Aker. Aker officially batting for the first time. Inside, almost hit him. Ball 1 on Cole. Lancaster 10, Long Island 5, but you've still got Dugan at third, Cordero at first, and now 1 out. Cordero will not get credited with a run batted in. He shouldn't. Breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-1. I was thinking base hit on that play, and the error allowing Mercedes to score. But there was a short throw to make the third base. Called second strike on Cole Aker. It is now 1-2. Felice waits on deck. Here's the pitch. Aker lets it go and looks at strike 3 on the outside corner. Well, there's the second out, picked up by Cepeda. He was greeted rather rudely by Dugan's RBI single as Kelly gets to 2 for 6 tonight and drives in his 55th run. He's had a spectacular year. Felice will bat. Dugan still at third. Cordero at first. Cepeda to Felice inside and almost hit him. Anderson tosses the bat up in the air. Getting out of the way. 1-0. Peroni, who tripled in the go-ahead run moons ago, is the man on deck. Dugan up from third. Here's a pitch, and the strike is taken by Felice. We get to even at 1-1. Aker will stay in the ball game, it appears. Goodson, the only man left in the Lancaster pen. Here's a 1-1 inside, ball 2 and a strike. I'll tell you, when you don't score in the top of one of these extra innings, you've got about a 75 to 80% chance at that point, probably more, of losing. But Aker did a fabulous job in the bottom of the 10th, getting us to this 11th, and now Felice gets to 3-1. And you know what? If Felice reaches base here, Peroni would actually have the chance to hit for the cycle. How bizarre is that? You wouldn't even contemplated that possibility into this 11th inning. 3-1 pitch is skied to left. Chasing in is Mazzilli. He won't get to that. Coming home to score is Dugan around to third. Cordero. Felice with a blue pit out the left has made it 11-5 now. He scored as the courtesy runner earlier in the inning and now plates another man. And here's Peroni. If he hits it out, he will hit for the cycle. Now, Anthony has hit only 2 home runs as a Barnstormer, and both have been hit on June the 12th. 6-run lead. And what do we have on the field here? We definitely have a break in the action. Carrying some gear off, I guess, the bat boy, but he was loaded down with it. Swing and a miss by Peroni. Maybe he's thinking about it. It's 0-1. Big night for Anthony, 3 for 4. And the biggest hit of all, really, the triple, breaking the tie. It's now 11-5 here in the 11th inning. Cepeda to the plate, and he breaks it across. That is 0-2. Cordero, the runner at third. Felice is on at first. 2 are gone in the inning. One of those, the pitcher, Aker, looking at a third strike. Peroni takes the 0-2 and stays alive with a foul ball down the right field line and easily out of play. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Lancaster with the 6-run edge and still men at first and third. 0-2. Peroni goes down swinging. So no cycle, but a big inning for the Barnstormers. They break loose with 6 runs in the inning on 6 hits. There was 1 error, 2 runners left on base. Bottom of the 11th will be coming up. It is 11-5 in favor of the Barnstormers.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me. Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
So an explosion by the Barnstormers in the top half of the 11th inning. They put 6 runs on the board to take an 11-5 lead. Cole Aker needs to get 3 outs to lock this one down. He will be the winning pitcher if he survives this 11th inning, and you'd like to think that he would. Joe DiCarlo will be the runner at second base when play resumes. Woodcock, Rye, and Mazzilli will be the hitters here. First 5 batters with base hits in the top of the 11th. 4 off of Lynn. and one off of Cepeda. And then Felice chimes in with the 2-out RBI single to left. Aker just trying to nail it down and give the Barnstormers their 4th win in a row against the Long Island Ducks this season. And to win a game like this at Long Island would definitely be cause for celebration, but you can't celebrate too long. You've got to come here and play a 5:05 doubleheader tomorrow. Now here is Dustin Woodcock with DeCarlo at second, nobody out. Woodcock tonight is 1 for 4. Great job by the bullpen in this one. Fastball is up to Woodcock. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Clark, Cha, Sullentrop, Johnson, Tunnel, and Aker have thrown 7 1/3 innings with just 1 unearned run on 3 hits. 1-0 pitch, taken outside. Woodcock bats at 2-0. The Aker has got to pick up 3 outs here. Goodson, the only guy back. A 6-run lead. You want to just get out there and throw strikes, and Cole has yet to do that. It's 2-0 on Dustin Woodcock. There's a swing and a pop-up foul straight back over my head. 2-1 on the right fielder who played in the Frontier League last year. Peroni out to discuss signs with Aker very, very quickly in what is by far the longest game the Barnstormers have played this season, eclipsing the previous mark by 24 minutes, and the previous mark was a 9-inning game. 4 hours and 15 minutes at the moment. 4:16 now. 2-1 on Woodcock. DeCarlo leads off second. Cole Aker to the plate and strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Woodcock. The fans waiting on fireworks in Lancaster. We would be past the curfew. 2-2. Aker comes to the set, ready to go. The pitch, swung on and missed. Though Cole has retired his 4th straight, and he gets the first out here in the 11th inning. Here is Austin Rye, 1 out of 4 with a run scored for him. Cameron Gann, the starter, gave up 7 hits, 4 runs in 2 2/3 innings. He just had a hard time getting outs. He was ahead of hitters, and then it would go 2-2, 3-2. And it gave up no walks, but a lot of hits off of that. And didn't survive the 3rd inning, so the Barnstormers lost the DH, have had to go through just about the whole bullpen. Lashed foul by Rye, and it's 0-1 here. And somehow, battling the odds, battling a lot of adversity, the Barnstormers come up big in the 11th inning, but it was the bullpen that got the Barnstormers to that point. You've got to credit the 6 guys that have been out there from the pen here tonight. They're the heroes of this game ultimately. 0-1 to Rye. A quick glance back at DeCarlo, another one. And the pitch is upstairs. Rye bats at 1-1 here. The center fielder, Dunston, is shaded a bit over toward right center field. 6th spot in the top of the 11th, looking very big right now. 1 ball, 1 strike to Austin Rye. The pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss. It is 1-2. Rye has caught 11 innings. And he has been back there for 53 Barnstormers batters. That is a lot of guys, a lot of pitches that he has received tonight. How much would he have left in the tank? He's handled 179 pitches back there, which for 11 innings isn't terrible. 1-2, but it's still a long night. The pitch, breaking ball, ends up low. Aker trying to get him to chase. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. On the other side, Anthony Peroni has caught over 190 pitches in this game, or been back there for them. 2-2. Here's the Aker pitch, popped up foul, Rye battling here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Two balls, two strikes to Austin Rye. 2 outs still needed. The Ducks picked up a couple of hits off of Johnson in the 8th inning. They got the lone hit off of Clark in the 6th. Here is 2-2. Swung on and missed. Aker has fanned 2. And L.J. Mazzilli is the final hope tonight for the Long Island Ducks. Barnstormers pitching is now fan 9. We've credited the entire bullpen, but if you want to give specific kudos, Brett Clark, 3 2/3 innings, 1 hit, 1 unearned run. He held the fort through the middle innings, and then Cole Aker to get the Barnstormers through the bottom of the 10th. And 1 out from a win. Mazzilli stands in. A breaking ball from Aker. Did he go on it? And the first base umpire, I guess, signaled a strike. It is 0-1. I'm looking down there. Thought Silvio had fallen asleep. But I guess he brought up the right arm. 0-1. The count to Mazzilli. Aker is in the dirt with that. Peroni will chase it a ways, but DiCarlo not willing to risk going to third and make the final out there. It doesn't matter where DiCarlo is. Second base, third base is completely and utterly meaningless. 1 ball, 1 strike to L.J. Mazzilli. Aker out of the set, brings it home. It's popped up. Should end it. Cordero with a play. Andretti is there, and the Barnstormers win it. This is a great win for this ball club. This is the win that has been missing for this team. Maybe it's the start of something special. We'll see as we go along. In the 11th inning, no runs, no hits, no errors. The 1 man left on base. The Barnstormers pull away in the top half of the 11th inning. They surge to the victory here tonight against the Long Island Ducks, and we'll be back to wrap up this whole thing in just a moment. Big win for the Barnstormers. Give the credit to the bullpen, and in 11 innings, Lancaster 11 and Long Island 5.
Jerry Lee Lewis was the original bad boy of rock and roll. Now, hear all his hits in Great Balls of Fire at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster for a limited run, June 3rd through June 25th. Jason Cohen played Lewis in nearly 80 cities across North America. Now, he brings the ivory-smashing superstar to life in this theatrical concert. With some songs of his friends like Elvis, Buddy Holly, and Johnny Cash, as well as some New Orleans jazz and traditional gospel, Great Balls of Fire will have you jumping out of your seat saying, "Good gracious, get me some tickets." Call 898-1900 for tickets or order online at DutchApple.com. That's 898-1900. Great Balls of Fire, June 3rd through June 25th at the Dutch Apple Dinner Theater in Lancaster.
The Barnstormers win in 11 by the final score of 11-5, and the Barnstormers had a great start and a great end to the offense tonight. In between, the offense did very little. A 4-run first, a 6-run 11th, and turned out to be enough. 11 runs, 15 hits with 2 errors, and 11 runners left on base for the Barnstormers. Long Island, 5 runs on 10 hits with 2 errors and 10 men left on. The win goes to Cole Aker. He is 1-1. The loss to Kaiwei Lin, who is 1-2 on the season. The Barnstormers hit the only 2 home runs tonight. Colton Shaver with a bomb to left Back in the first inning, a 3-run shot, his 9th of the year. Kelly Dugan broke a 4-4 tie in the 5th with his 19th home run of the campaign. Time of our game tonight, a season-long 4 hours, 22 minutes, and the crowd 44-73 here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark, settling back now to enjoy the fireworks. RBI single by Andretti Cordero, 3-run homer by Colton Shaver, staking the Barnstormers to a 4-run lead in the first inning. Cameron Gann got off to a 3-batter first inning, but in the second, Sam Travis led off with a single into center field, went to second on a wild pitch, and scored on a single by Debinson Romero. That made it 4-1. The Barnstormers able to get out of the inning from there despite a throwing error by Anderson Felice. DeCarlo struck out, and Dustin Woodcock flied out into a double play. However, Long Island got the tying runs across in the bottom of the third inning. Ryan Frias with doubles. Alejandro De Aza reached on a drop third strike, putting runners at first and third. Sam Travis made it 4-3 with a single to center, and Rusney Castillo tied it also with a single into center field. It was 4-4. Cameron Gann did not last the third inning. That's when the bullpen took over, and that bullpen would ultimately pitch 8 1/3 innings, yielding just 1 unearned run. Lancaster retook the lead on the Dugan homer to dead center field back in the 5th inning, his 19th of the season. But it was an unearned run in the bottom of the 7th that pushed this game a lot later into the night. With 1 out in the 7th, Brett Clark hit L.J. Mazzilli with the final pitch that he threw. With Eric Cha in the game, Mazzilli would steal second base. On a ground ball by Vladimir Frias to the third baseman, Trace Lair well wide of the bag to field it. Mazzilli took a gamble and bolted for third. Not only did he make it to third base safely, he drew a bad throw out of Andretti Cordero as that sailed away down in foul territory on the left side. Mazzilli came home to score, and the ball game was tied at 5. It stayed that way. Both teams fumbling their first opportunity to score in the first extra inning with the courtesy runner at second base. The Barnstormers went, in fact, backwards and didn't score. And Long Island, using Johnny Turbo as a pinch runner, also failed to score. He never moved off second base. And then Lancaster just took this game and ran away with it in the top of the 11th inning with Anderson Felice as the courtesy runner. Anthony Peroni completely crossed up the defense. They played him to hit the other way and played him fairly shallow, and Peroni cranked a long drive to the gap in left center field. He ended up at third, driving in the tie-breaking run. Trace Lair's second hit of the night was chopped through the drawn-in infield for a 7-5 lead. Sean Dunston Jr. laid down a perfect bunt. Melvin Mercedes doubled in a run. Kelly Dugan singled in a run. By that time, it was 9-5. Then, with runners at first and second, still nobody out, Andretti Cordero hit a ground ball into the hole at shortstop. Vladimir Frias going wide to his right, got to the ball and tried to get the force out at third. He bounced the throw, and it got away from Romero as a run scored to make it 10-5. And it took a 2-out fly ball that dropped in left field off the bat of Anderson Felice to get the 11th run for the Barnstormers home. Cole Aker took it off the sheet. Great work from Cole at the back end of the bullpen tonight. This win, even though 11 runs, 15 hits for the Barnstormers offensively, this win certainly belongs to the Barnstormers bullpen. 8 1/3 innings, 3 hits. They were all singles, 1 unearned run, and the bullpen ended up along the way tonight striking out 5. But it was Clark, then Cha, then Sullentrop, then Johnson, Tunnel, and finally Aker. And this is the work you look for out of this Barnstormers bullpen. I've talked about this for weeks now, that if the Barnstormers are going to win the second half, they're going to pull this season all together and win the second half, the bullpen is going to be the strength of this team. I still believe it. We saw it here tonight. The bullpen gave the Barnstormers extra chances as the offense sputtered, and finally the starter on the offense kicked in, and Lancaster put all those runs on the board in the top half of the 11th inning. 11-5, great win for the Barnstormers to savor tonight. Elsewhere in the Atlantic League, the rest were finals earlier. York 6-5 over Staten Island. 2-1, High Point defeated Lexington. Wild Health 4-3 over Charleston. Games that finished long, long ago. On the Major League schedule here this evening, the Mets over Miami 5-3. Houston, behind Justin Verlander, defeated the Yankees 3-1. Boston has toppled Cleveland 6-3. Tampa Bay 4-3-10 at home against Pittsburgh. The Dodgers have defeated Atlanta 4-1. Washington 2-1 in the bottom of the ninth over Texas. Kansas City beat Oakland 3-1. Colorado with a 1-0 win over the Minnesota Twins. The Orioles have defeated the White Sox 4-1. In the other final, the Cubs over St. Louis 3-0. Toronto is beating Milwaukee handily 8-2, top half of the ninth inning in Wisconsin. In the late games, bottom of the fourth, Seattle leads 3-1 over the LA Angels. Detroit and Arizona are at the end of 5 with the Tigers up 4-1. Phillies and Padres scoreless into the fifth. Cincinnati leads San Francisco 2-0 in the bottom of the third. The Barnstormers with a great win here tonight. These are the wins that have been lacking from this ball club this season. They have, when they have won by big scores, a lot of runs. They put the game away pretty early. Tonight, they had to battle. These are the games they have far more often than not gotten away from the Barnstormers this year. And again, part of the reason for that is quite simply because the Barnstormers are just throttled with the inability to make moves in the late innings because of always playing with a short roster. Tonight, the bullpen gave the Barnstormers extra chances. The bats come through in the 11th inning. The Barnstormers win it 11-5. Doubleheader baseball will be coming up tomorrow. Zach Donaldson is up here on Long Island. He'll be joining us for the Twin Bill tomorrow night. Oscar De La Cruz and Akil Morris in Game 1. De La Cruz 2-0, Morris 3-4. Eric Manoah will make the spot start in Game 2. He is 1-1, and so is his left-handed opponent, Cody Beckman, also 1-1. So 11 innings tonight. We've got at least 14 more for you tomorrow. Join us here on the Barnstormers YouTube channel at 5 o'clock on the Saturday. So until then, for our video producer, Ryan Cortazzo, all the cast and crew at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.